We're getting started. Oh boy, we're getting started. Hang tight. Dang. Sneezing. Let's take a look here. Hey, yo. What was that message? The hell was that noise? Oh my. I have to upgrade Streamlabs? Bro, what the fuck? I gotta open up the... Let me just see here. It wants me to log into Streamlabs. I don't understand. It's asking me to log in, but I'm logged in. This is stupid. Why are you like this, Streamlabs? Hello everybody. Just doing some stuff. Hang tight. Give me a moment. All right, let me just make sure that this is working. Edit category, permissions, add everyone. Should be able to view the channel, but not connect to it. So let's see here. Give me a sec. All right, yeah, so they can view the channel, but no connecting. Yeah. All right, so I'll stick in here for a bit. Okay. Let's see. It says it originally showed Mr. First and then it updated. Wow. Well, you just gotta give me a second. You know, we got some of that good shit coming up. We do. We got that good shit. Give me a second while I kind of clean stuff up real quick. I got some videos that I think will be fun. Wow. We're just starting out. Let me let some know that I'm here. What is that new ping? They said I think you need an intro. What was that ping just now? Dude, I did some stuff with my thing and now it's all messed up. What the hell happened? What did I do? Alright, well. Chrome? Yeah, Chrome. Okay. I gotta get the phone thing up. Let's do that. Open phone. Open phone. Open sesame. Open sesame. Let me just copy this link. Let Daniel know. Have you gotten any bump in traffic since the debate? Honestly, no, bro. I think it's because people know me from there. They already know me. But, you know, you never know. A few days goes by, it increases. It's so weird. YouTube will be so weird sometimes. Hello, Rainbow. So I was actually playing a bit of Super Ghouls and Ghosts. And I just got to tell you, I am not good at Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Do you guys want to see a little bit of gameplay, or would you rather watch some videos for now? Super Ghouls and Ghosts. And, of course, taking any debates that come in. What do you guys think? Super Ghouls and Ghosts or video? What is that ping? Oh, that's going to bother the hell out of me. Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? I need to know. Bruh. Bruh. I need to know. I heard a ping. Ghouls and Ghosts is notoriously hard. I know. Why do you think that I'm not good at it? I'm not good at it, but I'm still gonna try. I gotta figure out what that noise is. We got the chat highlight up and running. I wonder if I can figure out how to do that. I was trying to do the Streamlabs chat, but for whatever reason that wasn't working. Let's try it again. Let's see here. Streamlabs chat. It's asking me to log in and get started. I hit log in and get started. It doesn't work. Streamlabs chat. Log in and get started. I am logged in. I don't know what to do. It says I'm logged in. Chat box settings. Like, where do I gotta go? It logged me right in. Why no work? Why you like this? Let's see. Calcrapper says I'm insanely bad at it, but yeah, I pick it up every now and then. It'd be cool to learn how to beat that game. All right, let's do a little bit of Ghouls and Ghosts because we haven't played an actual game in a long time, and it just seems like the right thing to do. So let's load that up. All right, file, load game. Let me see. Super Ghouls. Why no load? Is this it? This it? This look like it. This it? Okay. Hell yeah, this is it. We're taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You guys want to call in and have a discussion? I'm right here. I'll hear you out. Let me turn down this game a lot. What is that ping, bro? What is that ping? I need to know what that ping is. I need to know what that ping is. All right. Yeah. All right. All right. Is this loud? That seems loud. I should probably turn that down. There we go. That's better. All right. Well, I was playing it a little bit earlier and I was not doing well. I was dying left and right. I was like, Jesus, this game is impossible. Crap. He's going to jump over. He's going to jump over. I'm just taking hits. That's just what's going to happen there. I don't know what that ding is. That's new. And I don't know where it's coming from. Is it stream highlight? Is it chat highlight? Because if it is, I'll delete it. Do you have your grinder notifications? Fuck you. Dick. Dick. Bro, and then there's like a wizard that turns you into a baby, bro. What are you supposed to do now? Just be a baby? Okay, cool. The fuck, bro? This game. We're taking calls. Phone numbers 202-998-5218. I don't want that. I don't want that. Can I get like some cool super armor or something? Bum 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 bum. Bop 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 bop. There's like constant enemies, bro. Nope. Don't hit me. God damn it, bro. No love. I need to figure out what is doing that ping. That ping is very frustrating. American says which. Keep mine on, then the other. Wow. Jesus. Okay, that's an auto ban. Could you please get rid of that person? Good God. All right, let's see here. I don't think there's any armor in that. It's just death. Now I'm like in boxers, bro. Well, forget it, bro. Just go in here. And if you step out when that zombie is there, you're dead. You just get hit instant. Let's see. It's $20 to unban. Yep, it is. It is $20 to unban. You want to get unbanned? Pay 20 bucks. Okay. Dude, how many enemies are there, bro? Bro, how many? Ooh. Okay. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number, bruh, 202-998-5218. You guys want to call in, have a discussion? I'm right here. More than happy to have the conversation with you. We got to figure out what that sound was, though. We don't know what that sound was. I was messing around with my stream to see if I can get like stream highlights to work. It's not working. It's because I use Restream, right? Instead of like Streamlabs. I think what I need to do is like consolidate all my stuff into just Streamlabs, because it seems to work. Like Streamlabs works okay. It's just, you know, I figured like, hey, you know, Restream's fine. Mystery chime. Yeah, we just got a chime. What was that chime about? Does anybody know? I don't know what that chime is about. Let me, Bro, I don't know, man. Bro, this game. Taking calls. The number is 202-998-5218. Very true. Yes. Hold on. Let me turn off my notifications. What the hell? Go away. What console is that version of Ghosts and Goblins? This is Super Nintendo. Bro. Huh. I could get through the first level. I could do it. Now, anywhere past that, who knows? All right. Just whack, whack, whack. I don't want that fire. Fire sucks. Bro! Just needed to jump over it. All right. That's just the emulator slowing down. That's not even my. It's not my computer. That's the emulator. Just like, yeah, this is what would happen if you're on the SNES. Just Lagsville. What? Brother, what? What? And then you start way the fuck over, bro. This game's brutal, bro. How many? 3? 3 of them. Like, you need 3, really? Get the knife. We got the knife. That's good, but, you know, problem is Dude, what is that ping? What is that ping? The coffin got you, says Rainbow Ash. Coffin got you. Oh boy. Bruh. Cheers from Switzerland, buddy. Sick. Hello. Cheers from Switzerland. By the way, if you want to have a discussion, phone number is 202-998-5218. You can also join the Discord. I have a waiting room if you want to join that Discord. And, you know, if you don't want to, like, show your phone number or whatever. Bro, dude, I just, that's crazy. This is so hard. Man, I thought I was going to be able to do this without Rainbow. Okay, hold on. Rainbow Ash, do another new chatter alert notification. I wonder if the ping is a new chatter alert notification. Huh. Try typing again, Rainbow. Try typing again, Rainbow. Maybe, or maybe it's per subscriber? I don't fucking know, bro. It's gotta be, it's something I did. It's something I did while I was messing with it, trying to get it to work. Because it seemed to happen when Leon chatted. It happened when you chatted. Alright, so the trick to this game is go forward. Move forward. Stop wasting time with all of these peons. Just go forward. Something in the way, kill it, and then move forward. See? Like this. We move forward. That's what you do. See this guy? Hit him? Why? But you know what? I don't think that matters. We could just move forward. Here we go. Move forward. Okay. I don't know. We get a new chatter in chat. It'll pay attention to the chime. Okay. Let's see. For those that want to debate, First Amenders Hot Topics list here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bobro, for providing that. Oh, no. Oh, I didn't even tell everybody that I'm streaming. Add everyone. Streaming live. Add everybody. Streaming live. Copy link address. Add everyone. Streaming live and taking calls. Hell yeah. William says, hey, buddy boo. What's up? What just happened? Oh, that's a good weapon. Arrows is good. Move forward. Just keep moving forward. Go forward. Stand on this. Phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, so I'm the dude who typed in chat the slur for homosexual, and I just did that because I'm gay myself, and me and my boyfriend like doing that.
Okay.
What do you think about that? Do you think
you
it's
may
okay?
want to mute the stream though?
Okay.
And can I get your name?
I'm Jaden.
Jaden. All right, Jaden. You wanted to talk about what the usage of this of the F-bomb?
Yeah. I didn't know the rules on that. Sorry about that. I just use it all the time. So.
Okay. Is that what you wanted to talk about, or what did you want to talk about exactly?
Yeah. What do you think about that? Like reclaiming slurs and stuff.
Oh, I just think it's a gross word. It grosses me out. I don't like to hear it. I think it's used as a pejorative to be hateful towards LGBT people, and so I just don't like it. I don't like to perpetuate it. Anthony Blinkett just donated $5 saying, can you explain the difference between constitutional bill of rights and granting rights versus protecting them? Explain the difference between constitution/bill of rights, granting rights versus protecting them. Okay. Well, for example, like checks and balances of power, where it's like the Constitution will say one thing, but then we have the president that's doing like executive orders. Anyway, so yeah, Jaden, I don't like that word. I think it's a nasty word. Did you get banned in my chat?
I don't know.
Try typing.
I didn't type anything after that, except I typed that when I first chatted, there was a ping.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Oh, but I saw something in chat. It says, I'm autistic and I do not say the R slur when I'm with other disabled people. But I don't think autism would fall under that.
What's your point?
So, like, I'm autistic too, and the R word is it was originally the medical term for people with under a specific IQ score. I forget what it is exactly, but autism is different from that. So,
okay.
Maybe I just, is there a different definition of the R slur? Or what?
Like mentally handicapped people?
Well, is autism a mental handicap? In my view, it's more like a different structure of the brain, or like a different way it operates. I don't feel handicapped by it.
I mean, it's not really like a mental illness.
Yeah. Just like how what's the other word for?
It's a neurodevelopmental like condition.
Yeah.
Yep.
But sorry, I forgot what I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Just don't use the F-bomb in my chat is what I would say.
Okay.
Appreciate you calling, Jaden.
Yep. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye. That was Jaden, everybody. Usage of the F-bomb. I wouldn't use it. I think I found it. It's a chat. It was a chat notification box that I had enabled somehow. But now the other problem is that I received a dono and it got rid of like my wee a dono. It got rid of that. And now I'm sad. Let me see here. Where is it? I gotta just move everything over to Streamlabs and stop using Restream. Restream kind of sucks, not gonna lie. All right, anyway, let's continue the game. Oh. Bruh. And guess what? I gotta go way back. Should LGBT people call each other the F word the way black people call each other the N word as a way to reclaim it? I personally, I mean, like, some would disagree with me. I don't agree with that. I just think it's a nasty word, and I just, I'd rather not hear it. But, I mean, I'm sure there's, I can't speak for all, LGBT people. I'm sure some people feel that way. I just, that's the way I feel about it. I think it's a nasty word. I think it's I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable when someone says that, when someone calls me that. I don't like it. Bad word. Bro, dude, I still got hit. That's wild. Well, at least we got arrows, which is good. Means we can kind of hit pretty good. Like you can see right here, we could just kind of whack them. Bum, 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 bum. God, there's so many enemies, bro. It doesn't get any easier, does it? It doesn't get easier. Bro, I ducked and it still hit me. Fuck. We should refrain from using ugly language with each other. I kind of agree. Yeah, I agree with that. I like that. The word could be changed like what they did in South Park. What did they do in South Park? I mean, I've seen the South Park episode where they say either all of it is okay or none of it is. And I'm like, no, I think you could pick specific words and be like, yeah, I'm going to avoid saying that. This is a bad word. Dude, how many guys are there? This is ridiculous, dude. This game's insane. Go. Go, go. Go. Ooh. Keep walking. Keep walking. Shit. Keep walking. Keep on walking. Hey, I'm walking here. Working man says, wow. I died because I wasn't paying attention to the skulls at all. We're taking calls, though. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Oh, boy. This is crazy, crazy. Hold on. Let me just make sure that my phone is... I don't want any notifications. None. 0. Chat rules. No spam, no all caps, no emote blocks, no bigotry, no or slurs. Mind the mods. Be kind or get wrecked. Yo, true. Based. Based mods. Being based. Let me know when you guys get tired of this and you guys want me to do some reviews. Let's see. Let's see. Slappy says, Amender's got to play a different game. Not doing well on this one. Play Earthbound instead. Bro, this is a hard game. This is a notoriously hard game. What do you want from me? Throw me a bone. Ow. This is a hard game. Have you played this game? This game is tough, bro. This game is rough. Bing, bing. All right. Yes, dead. Okay, next. Boom, 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 boom. Hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him. The game, the graphics in this game is absolutely gorgeous. I got to tell you. Looks good. Oh! Nope. Bro, the dog. The dog. Let's see. Some autistic people have enhanced senses, or at least senses that are hard to tune out, like me. I could be in a lively cafeteria and not be able to tune out any conversations. Like I hear everything. I am very good at tuning things out. And I would say to a fault. Let's see. I don't know why I'm thinking about this, but have you ever played the game Joe and Mac? Yes. Briefly, but yes. Heard of it, and I have played it. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. The boys try to redefine the F slur to describe loud and obnoxious Harley-Davidson motorcycle riders. They're very annoying. Loud, obnoxious Harley-Davidson motorcycle riders are very annoying. Oh my god. No, I just lost it. Oh, man. Now I just got this stupid fire, man. Bruh. Bruh, I'm getting wrecked. Blum, 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 blum. Congratulations. All right. Words matter. Language matters. I agree. I mean, I remember the South Park verse where they're just like, either all of it is okay or none of it is. I'm like, shut up. I'm like, everyone has seen that South Park episode and it doesn't work. Like, yeah, go ahead and just say like the N-word. Have fun. Have fun. Go to like a black community and just start spouting the N-bomb. Have fun, bro. And then cite the South Park quote and go like, either all of it is okay or none of it is. Like, bro, whatever, bro. That's insane. Fuck you, dog. No! Damn it. Oh my god. Alright, go, 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 go. Okay, I like knife. I like sword. Is this spear? Spear? Do I call it spear? It's not a knife. Okay. Why do you want to say ugly words so bad? Yo, true. Like, why can't you just, like, be a civilized human being? You know? I'm okay. This game, bro, is brutal. This game's so brutal. Now we're back here. Look at what's happening. Come on. Just go forward. Forget it. Just go forward. I hate this. Go away. This fucking game, bro. Just go forward. When in doubt, go forward. Quit faffing about and go forward. Is that an SNES game? Yeah, it's an SNES game. It's called Fuck Me in the Ass. The game. I'm sorry. It's called all right. Come on. Oh my god. No. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. All right, go. Bium, 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 bium. Bium, 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 bium. Okay. I'm surprised I got this far and didn't get hit. Well, there you know. Well, spoke too soon. Is this dog just going to sit there like an ass? All right. Whatever. Mine. Okay. Sounds like a fun game. Yeah. Wow. Boop, boop. There. Okay. Fuck. Damn it. We're taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You know, I do got some we could watch some shows if you guys want. Some videos maybe. Bro, just keep going forward. 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 It's fine. Just whack. Just keep going forward. No problem. Go forward. Oh boy, that's not good. That's not good. Is this still the first level? Yes, it's hard. This game is hard. Okay. Y'all are acting like that this is easy. You guys try Ghouls and Ghosts. This game's tough. It's hard. Spice. First Amender, yes, do some video reviews. Okay. Let me just die first. Hold on. I watched that Rex Ryan's extra early NFL top 10 power rankings list, and he put the Cowboys at number 4, and the Bills didn't even make the list. Dang. Cuphead, before there was Cuphead. Yo, true. Rainbow says, no, it seems hard. Ow! Okay, well, let's do some video reviews. We'll do some video reviews. Okay. You know, I got some videos for you. I got some videos. Do we got some videos? Here we go. God, I got a couple that are really good, but I'll watch someone else's first. Let me see here. What is this one? When was this posted? 8/8? It's 8/13. Let me see here. Okay, this is 23 minutes. All right, let's look at it real quick. Wow.
I'm sure this is a segment of Good Morning that we've all been waiting for. I'm going to begin with a little introduction of what the Equal Rights Amendment is about. Last year, the UN declared 1975 as International Women's Year. There were a lot of speeches and conferences, and some felt that progress was made for women and that it was successful, while others argued that absolutely nothing was accomplished, that there were major setbacks, beginning with the stalemating of the Federal Equal Rights Amendment and the crushing state defeats in New York and New Jersey.
Bobro says, First Amender, did you review the Dr. Fauci video from Professor Dave Explains? Absolutely. Yes, I did. I went over the entire thing. It was very good. I can't possibly do it any justice because I think it was it was pretty comprehensive.
In order for the Equal Rights Amendment to become the 27th Amendment to the Constitution, 38 states must ratify it by March of 1979. Already 34 have, however, 2 of those 34, Tennessee and Nebraska, have rescinded it, thus ending up in court-order decisions. Now, we're going to discuss the Equal Rights Amendment with 2 ladies here. One is a proponent and one is an opponent to it. An opponent to the Equal Rights Amendment is Phyllis Schlafly, National Chairman for the Stop ER.
See here, the Equal Rights Amendment is a proposed addition to the United States Constitution designed to guarantee equal legal rights for all citizens regardless of sex. That is insane.
She is publisher of the Phyllis Schlafly Report and the author of A Choice, Not an Echo. And the proponent to the Equal Rights Amendment is one of the country's most leading feminists. I'm talking about Betty Friedan.
Grab a drink.
She is the author to The Feminine Mystique. Before we get into talking about the pros and cons of the Equal Rights Amendment, I think for the benefit of our viewers, it might be kind of interesting to see what it says here in the Equal Rights Amendment. It's very short. When you think of amending the Constitution, something that's very serious, you think that it's lengthy and complicated. The amendment reads as follows. Section 1, equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Section 2, the Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. Section 3, this amendment shall take effect 2 years after the date of ratification. As you can see, it's pretty brief. It's only 52 words. So is the Equal Rights Amendment too vague? Or does the Equal Rights Amendment simply extend women's rights to men, thus equalizing them? What is your opinion? Betty, can we hear from you?
Well, you see, I think we simply must, and I think we should do it rightfully in 1976, 200th year of the Republic, get the Constitution equally applied to women. I mean, we know now, we've spent 10 years really delineating all the areas where sex discrimination exists. Discrimination basically against women, but some ways that men are victims of it too. And we've got a lot of laws that have we've made some gains to say that it is wrong to have sex discrimination in employment, in education, in pay, and in mortgage and credit and all these things, even in sports, against women. But these laws are not being enforced. And with the economic crisis that we're in now, where, really inflation is giving, and layoffs are really facing women with hard times, there's danger even that some of the programs and laws against sex discrimination will be removed. And we need the constitutional guarantee of equality. And we also need it because there are a great many people, especially housewives, who really are discriminated against, whose all the work they have done in the home to help build up whatever income the total family has and so on and so forth. There is no law that now exists that makes those women who have been working as housewives insured in their own right for old age, for Social Security. There's no insurance that if that marriage should end in divorce, as it is for all too many people, that woman's contribution will be considered equally in the disposition of the property. And there is no provision even really, as it is now, to enforce child support, much less alimony for women. We really absolutely need the Equal Rights Amendment to enable all the young women and men that are coming out of law school now to create new bodies of law that will really protect women.
When you make the laws apply equally to men and women, you end up taking away many of the rights that women now have. For example, the Equal Rights Amendment will make our young women subject to the draft and military combat the next time we have one of these wars that we have every 10 years.
Hot take, no draft for anybody. Fuck off. I'm sorry, if people don't want to fight your war, guess what? You shouldn't be fighting that war.
Longer could you have it just apply to males. It would have to apply equally to females. And then ERA is a big attack on the rights of the homemaker. The laws of every state make it the obligation of the husband to support his wife, to provide her with a home, to support their minor children. The woman in the home can draw Social Security benefits based on her husband's earnings, even though she's been a homemaker all her life. Now, all these things will be lost when you apply a rule that says that everything must be equal. Now, until you can make it equal for men to have the babies just like women, then it is a double burden to the women to say that the rules for family support should be equal on the husband and the wife. ERA ends up in taking away the right of the wife to be supported by her husband and to have the right of to get credit in the stores based on her husband's earnings and all the rights of a wife.
Can we talk about the draft? We know that the draft so far has been abolished until a national emergency, and already women are serving in the armed forces and the military.
Yes, and they have the best of both worlds. They have the same pay, the same rank, the same fringe benefits, but they're kept out of combat. And men would be glad to take that kind of a deal if they could get.
How do you defend a nation if you don't have a draft? You just would defend the nation. If a nation is worth defending, then people will just get up and fight. I can't even imagine how many Americans would absolutely adore there to be like an invader that they can push back and fight against. They would 100% be in favor of that. But bro, when we had the draft, that was in Vietnam? That was a nightmare. That was a horrible time, and people hated it, and nobody wanted to be a part of the military during that time. In fact, didn't Donald Trump dodge the draft by his bone spurs thing? Nobody wanted to be a part of that war. The war was a freaking ridiculous.
Wouldn't they be subject to the same exemptions as any man?
Well, but
G.R. Nitty arguing his sexism, saying keep women out of the military, bring back the Women's Auxiliary Corps. Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like you're othering women. Women are capable of being in the military. There's no reason why women would not be capable. If they want to serve their country, then let them serve their country. Not everybody has to be front servicemen. There's a lot of different jobs that exist in the military, from IT to drone piloting to radio transmission to air pilot. There's no reason to assume that, I don't know, that a woman can't do any of these jobs. That's just dumb. He says that they are less effective, except that's not true. That empirically, that is not true. The total make-believe by the right. That is a complete, total lie. In fact, if you pull up statistics regarding women in the military and effectiveness, we find that there is largely no indication of lack of effectiveness among women because they have to match the same exact physical qualifications. It's ridiculous.
Millions of people who served. Since the end of World War II, there have been 5 million young men drafted. Now, do you want 5 million young women drafted involuntarily and sent in off to these wars that the politicians will surely get us into again?
No, nobody.
I see. I really don't. I mean, you have real reasons, okay, but not hypocritical ones and not false ones.
Men are more effective in war than women. That's not necessarily true. There's instances where men are more effective. There's instances where women are more effective. It depends on what you're referring to. Like if you wanted, like, I don't know, like somebody who's in the military that isn't like supposed to be the negotiator, women are much better at that than men are in general. That's true.
There is no draft now. I don't want another draft in 10 years. I don't think, I don't see.
But we'll get one.
No, I don't at all. There is nothing inevitable.
Man, it's really funny that we have hindsight here where we know that a draft has not happened since and the draft has been abolished. I'd be curious to see that if a draft does get reinstated, I would not want a draft at all.
I think the American people have learned a lot.
By the way, y'all, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to have a discussion, I'm right here. Hi, Daniel. Hi. What's going on, my dude?
Good. I was working up until now.
Brutal.
And I got straight from work.
Brutal. Anyway, we're going over, it says Phyllis Schlafly debates Betty Friedman on the ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment. That women and men deserve equal rights in the 1970s.
Yeah, Phyllis Schlafly.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
From the Vietnam War, and there won't be, again, so easy a way of risking the lives of American boys or girls.
A lot of naive people said that after Korea. Well, we'll never get involved in another Asian war after Korea.
It's our responsibility that we not get involved. If there is such a thing as a just and necessary war, though, for the...
What is this? Boots on the ground win wars from Jigga James. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about, but we're in 2026 where we don't necessarily need trench warfare. You know what wins wars? Drones. That wins wars right now. What are you talking about, dude? Imagine a bunch of dudes on the ground and it's like, oh, incoming Patriot missile. Yeah. How's that boots on the ground treating you? Jesus Christ, dude.
The defense of the nation, there isn't any reason that women should be exempt on the basis of sex.
Well,
no reason at all. I mean, why your daughter or mine should have any, right not to defend society when the sons
okay, well, that's a fundamental difference between those who are for ERA and those who are against it. You think my daughter should serve. I think women should have the choice not to serve.
I think a woman wouldn't want...
How about nobody gets drafted?
Yeah. That's
why does she think that
right?
that everybody has to get drafted? Like, no, dude, no. How about no draft, bro? If you need a draft to maintain your war, don't go to war. No war.
So this Phyllis Schlafly, there's like a TV series about her life. It's called Mrs. America, and dude, I started watching that show. I didn't know exactly who she was, and it was Kate Blanchett that was playing her. I mean, holy moly! I got so disgusted so fast with the way she's thinking. Oh my God! It's like it's the most horrible thing.
Yeah, I mean, she's concerned about the draft, but let's be honest, right? She doesn't. She just thinks that women and men aren't equal, and so deserve.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's an evangelical point of view. Also, she was like extremely anti-gay.
Yeah, of course, classic.
Horrible human
Can't
being.
Make this stuff.
Horrible.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Yeah.
More than she'd want her daughter killed.
Right.
Why
discriminate against
that? Shouldn't a woman have a right to defend her country as a man has a right?
She's got the right. If she feels that's her obligation, I think she should run, not walk, into the nearest recruiting office and sign up. But you are absolutely taking away the rights of the young women by ERA, and you have to be kidding to call that an advance for women.
Can we move on to another point, support? Now, Phyllis, you mentioned that a man has, or a woman has the privilege or the right to have her husband support her. Are you familiar with McGuire versus McGuire in Nebraska of 1953?
Oh, sure. That's the only case the proponents can cite out of all the thousands of domestic relations cases in this country. And that doesn't prove anything except don't marry a man to reform him.
No, but Betty, are you familiar with the McGuire versus McGuire?
Well, I simply know that the law and the courts do, as long as a marriage is intact, the law does not interfere between
an ongoing marriage.
No, the law interferes in ongoing marriages all the time. What do you think abortion is? The law comes in and says a woman can kill her own unborn baby and the father doesn't have anything to do with it.
But the law doesn't say that you have to. The law says you have a choice.
The law doesn't say that any woman, because she's married to a man, can, like some fairy tale, get any house, get any
no, it's
money,
in accord with his
anything.
means. In accord with his means.
The law doesn't interfere.
In most states, it's under criminal penalties. The husband has to support it. Now, do you want to put the wife under criminal penalties?
This is not only not true, and it is not true, for women in existing marriages, but even when there has been a divorce, and now it's like, you have to realize the insecurity that most.
ERA is not going to keep your husband around if you can't keep him yourself.
No, it is not. But what the inequity now, and the reason we need ERA, is that if the marriage ends in divorce, there isn't any provision that gives the work of the wife equal value.
Well, but look, under the existing custom, she usually gets the children, and that's worth a lot more than money. If you knew. You see, I am divorced, and I don't know your situation, but if you knew the reality of the economic problems that women are facing in divorce, if you knew in my own state, for instance, where there's been a 1,000% increase in the divorce rate, and how women 1 year after divorce can't collect child support, and sometimes they can't even take care of their children. Yes, but aren't they glad they've got the children?
And so they need the Equal Rights Amendment. But they need the Equal Rights Amendment to remove the inequities that now exist, to get some real protection. Not every woman, Phyllis, can waltz around the way you do, going to law school, leaving
and you can waltz around like I do too.
But I mean, I understand the economic problems of women who, even if they are married, their husbands are being laid off.
Why should the woman always get the child? Maybe the woman isn't always deserving.
She doesn't. If she isn't deserving, she doesn't. But where things are roughly equal,
the judge determines that in the final analysis.
Sure, if she isn't a fit mother, she shouldn't get the child. But she has a presumption that other things being equal, she gets the child. However, ERA is not going to get her support payments for her child. In fact, ERA says the husband no longer has the obligation.
But are we getting support payments for the child without ERA?
Well, you're getting a lot more than you'll get under ERA.
The ERA will not change that at all. But by saying that the Constitution must apply equally to women, there will now be the possibility of undoing the inequities that, for instance, do not put any value.
By the way, for those that are curious, because there appears to be somewhat of a debate that's forming, I decided to pull up the consensus.app, which is an application that specifically pulls up scientific consensus on positions. And I said, are women effective in war, USA? Very simple question. It says, yes, women are effective in U.S. war operations, fueling critical combat intelligence and support roles. Women have served with valor across U.S. conflicts from the Revolutionary War through Iraq and Afghanistan, performing roles ranging from nursing and transport piloting to direct ground combat. This is Carmack, 2015, Brewer, 1997, Shioshili in 2020, the 1991 Gulf War, in which 37,000 women served, demonstrated that many performed combat roles comparatively to men, prompting changes to exclusionary laws. Brewer, 1997, Shioshvili, 2020. Tactical effectiveness at gendered operations, female engagement teams, the Lioness program, and cultural support teams were developed specifically because military commanders recognized that women's presence improved mission outcomes in counterinsurgency environments. One after-action review credited FET with searching hundreds of compounds and thousands of women uncovering critical intelligence. The current operational environment presents enemies who exploit the lack of women in U.S. combat arms as a tactical weakness, making female soldiers essential for gathering intelligence from women and children. Women in uniform were increasingly called upon to act as women to meet tactical objectives in Iraq when the gendered nature of the insurgency made their presence operationally necessary. This is Hunter 2021 abstract. A 2003 study found that women officers use less physical force and are better at de-escalating potentially violent confrontations, a skill set directly relevant to population-centric warfare. Nicholas, 2015. So yeah, the exact thing that I was just saying, it looks like that it is backed up by the science. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Maybe not be a sexist douchebag. Hey, what do you think of that, Daniel?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's like I think women can do what men can do. I don't discriminate. Also, like in this modern era, because we were just talking about like drones. Like holy shit, anybody can fly drones.
Like just be capable of doing the job, and we Gucci. Like that's it. It's that simple.
Whatsoever on the work that the woman
I kind of understand and appreciate.
I don't see women protesting to be included in the draft. Yeah, no draft. What's wrong with you?
Like I don't think anybody wants.
Men
the draft,
can't get. Yeah, no, men don't want the draft either. Like what? Men can't get financial aid for college
who wants the draft
without registering for the draft. That's not true. That's not true. Women do not have to. They want the rewards without the hardships. No. How about this? No draft. What? Are you stupid? No draft.
Do you know that now that a woman, say, has been married 19 years, and most of those 19 years she's been home taking care of the kids, and that's the situation of a lot of women today. Okay, there is a divorce. Whether she chooses it or not, there's a divorce, and the husband remarries. She is not insured.
Hey, we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Amender, it's Merck. How you doing?
Hey, Merck. What you want to talk about?
About what you're talking about right now. You're partially right, but you're partially wrong. There was a study done in 2015 by the Marine Corps about women compared to men in combat roles. I mean, we could go over it. I think it was out of like 90 out of 125 evaluated tasks, women preferred way worse than men. They got injured at a much higher rate, like muscular skeletal injuries, rifle accuracy, tactical movements were done faster and more competent. Just type in 2015 Marine Corps study.
I don't even necessarily disagree with you. I'm saying like overall, when you pull up the consensus on this, it turns out that women are highly effective. I could easily argue like, okay, maybe if you're talking about like where there's a lot of heavy, physical strain, I could see where a woman would perform worse than typical men. I could see that, but I could also say that they can be effective in the military. Do you just disagree with that?
No, I'm talking about combat roles, though, specifically. They've also done studies about how men perform worse with women in combat roles because of whatever. It might be sexist biased or whatever, but it's just a fact of life.
I listed multiple studies that show that the opposite is the case.
That men don't perform worse when women are in combat roles?
Men actually perform better.
Okay, give me 1 second. No, of course I don't. I think women could have a great purpose in the military. I just, I don't know if their best use is in frontline combat roles all the time. I mean, I know we could look at something like the IDF that has a ton of women in it that I assume do well, no matter if it's atrocities or whatever.
The claim, for example, has been analyzed in the past. I can link you the Herring 2013 study, but women degrading male combat performance is empirically false. No degradation has been found. Cohesion is based on shared goals, not gender.
All right, fair enough. So, I mean, what's your overall consensus then? I mean, do you think that when all things are equal, that it would be that having women in frontline combat roles is better, equal, or maybe not as good?
I mean, if a woman can match the APFT standards, I don't see a problem.
Right. But I mean, you always kind of break down. You like to break down arguments into individual examples. I'm talking about on like a macro level. I mean,
yeah, I'm
if
saying
we
if
could
they
have,
can
like,
match physical standards that men have to meet, then I don't see a problem of a woman being there. In fact, it turns out that stating that women lack physical strength in combat, Herring 2013 also shows that 52% of female cadets passed the male APFT standards.
okay,
So,
now, what
I mean, if
percentage
they
of
could
men
pass,
passed it?
just let them do the job.
Right. Okay, fair enough. I'm just, so so with that being said, what did this whole draft thing come about for women? Why were you talking about that?
Oh, because we were going over a Phyllis Schlafly debate. Because it was linked in my video suggestions channel. By the way, guys, if you guys want to have your video reviewed, post it in the video review section of my Discord channel, discord.gg/FIRST Amender.
What is Phyllis, whatever names his position? Like, what is she famous for?
Being anti-woman as a woman. She's like the 1970s version of a Rachel Wilson.
How do you feel about, like, I don't know if a lot of Americans know this. I didn't realize that the right to vote was tied into being eligible for drafting. Did you know that? Originally, the right to vote, like you had to be like that's why
there's a few things that would cause you to be eligible for a draft, but I mean, I guess we could go over that, but I'm just against the draft in general, so it's not really relevant to me.
No, I'm just saying that was the original. I'm talking about women's rights, like women's suffrage. I like that. I guess that was one of the big arguments was that because women weren't eligible for draft and say, back during what was women's suffrage.
I'm just against the draft in general. Like, just no draft. Like, I'm sorry if people don't if people don't want to fight, then I don't think that's a fight worth fighting. Seriously.
Well, in a modern world with the amount of compensation that is done to get,
it's not even like a compensation thing. It's just like people are not willing to risk their lives on something that is not worthwhile. So I get it.
Well, what is worthwhile though? I mean, you're looking at it from a very
fighting for your country. I mean, I would imagine if there was a sudden invasion on the United States, I think people would be clamoring to fight. I think people would be more than happy to fight and defend their country.
Right. I mean, so, but what if, so if that happened,
the only instance where we had the draft, that was in the Vietnam War. That shit sucked. That was terrible. Why would we want to do that again?
Draft? What are you talking about?
What?
World War II had a draft.
Did World War II have a draft?
Yeah, it had a draft.
I mean,
yes, it did.
I didn't know that.
I'm not sure.
It was a major military draft. Yeah, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Yeah, it says creating first peacetime draft in U.S. history. Got it. Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild.
Well, the world. I mean, if you go back to the 1800s during the Civil War, there was the idea of a draft was very controversial when it happened. When Lincoln tried to do it. Or when, I admit it isn't, it's sort of a modern concept in a lot of ways, this idea of a nationalistic draft. But I guess it just boils down to the ideas of how you feel about nationalism as a whole cultural thing to begin with. That's a whole nother discussion. It's a modern way of looking.
The draft ended back in 1973. The military shifted to an all-volunteer force. Active conscription has ended in February of 1973. We haven't had a draft since.
Yeah, but do you know that you're still registered in the draft right now?
Maybe, but I mean, I'm 37. I don't think I'm going to get drafted.
No, but
if I'm getting drafted, there's a big problem.
The past 19 years, though, you were eligible for the draft. Like, I didn't know. Like, because most states do it automatically. I'm actually in Pennsylvania where they don't do it automatically. But when I applied for a student loan to go to school, I had to check a box saying that I'm registering for the draft. But I think 45 states do it automatically when you turn 18.
Student loan. I'm looking that up. No, you do not need to register for selective service, the military draft, to qualify for federal student loans. The requirement linking federal financial aid eligibility, selective service registration, was eliminated under the FAFSA Simplification Act.
What year is that?
What?
What year is that?
Let me look. 2020.
Oh, yeah, well, that's why. I was getting student loans.
Legislation passed in 2020 that made the FAFSA and the selective service registration process separate.
Okay.
Not all students are required to register the selective service, but failing to register for the draft, if you are required to do so, could carry other consequences.
Right. I'm just arguing, like, I don't know how many American men know that they're still actually in a draft pool. I didn't know that. Did you?
I mean, I remember this, but yeah.
Because I was always told the draft ended in 73 when we pulled out of Vietnam. Like, I didn't know that, like, if I had the possibility from the age of 18 till, I guess, I'm 35 now, so what's that? I guess I could still get drafted. But I don't know what it is. But
no,
like,
you're too old. They're not going to draft you.
Well, now they just bumped up the age that you can still get into the military now, man. I think it's like,
yeah, I mean, you can bump up the age, but not a draft. A draft, they want young people. They want people 18, 25, and that's it.
Ask Russia, man. They have people in their 40s now.
Dude, do not talk to me about like the difference between authoritarian Russia and like democratic, the United States. These are totally different things.
That was a joke.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'll let you go. Take care.
Talk, Merck. See ya.
Yep. Bye.
The draft. Time.
Hopefully nobody has to do it, man.
Fuck the draft. No draft.
Also, the
Nobody
draft
gets the draft.
Is a new thing.
For her old age,
the French Revolution onwards.
Yeah.
So it is a new thing.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Her own right on that 19 years of that whole 19 years where she's been at home taking care of the kids, and he has built up his income. She is not entitled to anything if he remarries and then he dies or she reaches 65. No way. The way it is not, that is unequal.
Well, Betty, where does the Equal Rights Amendment come in to benefit her if that should happen when she goes back into the workforce?
If we get the Equal Rights Amendment, I think we would very quickly have a court case that would say that it is that Social Security laws, pension plans, all of these things must ensure the woman in her own right. Must ensure the woman in her own right and not as the spouse.
Yes, that will only be achieved by requiring the husband to pay double Social Security taxes on his wife in the home. And this means that the average family where the wife is in a home will be hit for the family tax of another almost $1,000 a year. Now that's the only way you're going to get that. And it's a very high cost of ERA.
Well, what percentage of women, I want to know, if any of you have the figures,
out of our ass,
are getting alimony now? And how can you explain...
Well, I don't know, but I don't think that has anything to do with it.
7%.
How can you explain the phenomena already without the ERA that men are receiving alimony from some women?
Because it's a matter of state law. In about half the states, alimony only goes from the husband to the wife, and about the other half, it can go either way. And you can run your state the way you want it. Now, I don't think we're going to improve things by letting HEW decide these things, which is what ERA will do. It transfers these authorities to the federal government.
It does not?
And Section 2 says that the federal government will have the power to enforce it. And I think it's better to decide our alimony laws, our divorce laws, our marriage property laws at the state level, where in most states women have a better deal than men.
Well, I happen to believe that the Constitution of the United States of America is a very important document, and I happen to believe that the Bill of Rights is essential. Well, it evolves and it's essential for Americans, and that there are liberties and equalities. I don't take them lightly in the year 1976, and I think that it is high time they be applied equally to women. And with all the hypocrisy, that is all the Equal Rights Amendment, and that is what it says, that the Bill of Rights to the Constitution and the Constitution of the United States shall be applied equally to women. That means that there will be a constitutional underpinning on the laws against sex discrimination that now exist, and there will be the constitutional underpinning to remove the remaining areas of inequity that plague women and that really are economically enormously damaging to women and in in the unknown future.
Well, it was back in 1875 that the Supreme Court said the women have all the constitutional protections. In the case of Minor versus Happersett, we have all the constitutional protections that men have. And the ERA is not going to add any more constitutional protections, but it will cause all kinds of nonsense.
Before you raise any more points, we're going to have to break here. We'll come back and talk about other facets of the ERA, pro and con. We'll talk about homosexual marriages, and we'll talk about co-ed toilets and co-ed schools right after this.
Not co-ed toilets in schools.
Yeah, can you imagine?
No!
Those anti-gay people are also talking about gay people in toilets, just like they're talking about trans people in toilets today. It's so crazy, man.
We're back discussing the pros and cons of the Federal Equal Rights Amendment with proponent Betty Friedan and opponent Phyllis Schlafly. We had discussed the draft, we've discussed support, and of course we've only scanned the surface, and unfortunately because of the short amount of time that we have, I want to touch on a couple of other things. We want to talk about co-ed bathrooms and single-sex schools. Phyllis, you feel
Well, under the present federal law, the admissions to single-sex colleges are exempted from the fundamental federal law against sex discrimination. So we have some schools that have remained all women, like Smith or Wellesley or Bryn Mawr. Now, that would become illegal under the Equal Rights Amendment because they discriminate by definition on the basis of sex, and you can have no exceptions in ERA. Now, I don't know why anybody wants to take away from women your right to choose a single-sex school if that is your choice. But I think this is the psychology of compulsion and the intolerance of those who are pushing for a gender-free society which doesn't recognize any difference or any separation of treatment between men and women anytime, anywhere.
What about the schools that exclude women?
Well, I think you have your right. You have your choice. 95% of our people prefer co-ed schools, but why stamp out the right of the minority that wants to choose a single-sex school?
Betty, you have any comment?
Well, I think that the basic thrust is that the quotas and the outright barring of women to law school, to...
Name one law school that bars women.
Until recently...
Name one law school that bars women.
Until recently. Harvard Law School barred women until fairly recently.
Name one that today bars women.
And now...
You know it's illegal and a violation
now
of
it's
federal
illegal,
law.
but I wanted to say that the thrust of the... as I've said, we have a new law barring sex discrimination in education, and it should, if it is enforced right, it should bar not only the quotas and outright denial of access to higher education on the part of women, or to tracking that keeps women in high schools out of the best education, but it also should bar those indirect quotas which make women have to have higher grades than men to get into the same school and so on. But we already know that even that law isn't being enforced. In other words,
name one school where women have to get higher grades to get into school.
Oh, this is
name one.
This is true in universities. I could name it. I could name 30, 40, 50.
Don't name 30. Just name one.
What?
One school where women have to get higher grades to get into school.
I would have suggested the viewers to tell Mrs. Shoffley the situation of the... I can name any number of them, so I'm not going to name
Well, okay,
one.
The upshot of what you said is that Smith and Wellesley would be forbidden to maintain themselves as all-women schools and would be required to go co-ed without any quota. Now, why do you want to stamp out their right? In every area, this is a denial of freedom of choice.
But are you saying, Phyllis, that there is no longer a quota for women, that women no longer have to work twice as hard in schools where they are co-ed?
That's correct. Oh, sure, that's correct.
How do we know this?
Well, I'm in a good law school now, and they have half women.
Okay for you, but not for the ones coming after you, okay? That's what I can't stand, the hypocrisy of someone who takes advantage of rights and opportunities and knows and is enjoying equality, and then says, and then uses the very advantages
I got a degree from Harvard 25 years ago. I was in equality with the men now. This is nothing new.
Yeah, right.
Can we move on to co-ed bathrooms?
Based.
Can we talk about that? Already we go to the same bathrooms on airplanes and buses. Does this mean that with the Equal Rights Amendment, Phyllis, if it is passed, that there will no longer be men and women on the doors, but us or we or whatever?
Well, it's a matter of whatever the Supreme Court decides. If you have any faith in what they'll decide, and you may not, it may not matter to you.
You
whether
think the Supreme Court will decide for us all to go to the same bathroom?
Well, I think so, but I recognize other people think contrary. But you just said it's all right with you to have co-ed bathrooms on planes.
Didn't say that it was all right. I said already we go to the same bathroom, not at the same time.
Look.
Okay, but the thing is, do you want it in grade schools?
Will we have it in grade school?
In grade school, it exists probably in a lot of places anyway. Look, let's have some sense about this silly bathroom argument. I mean, the bathroom argument is absolutely symbolizes all of the nonsense that's being spread to create false fears about the Equal Rights Amendment. There is nothing in the Equal Rights Amendment that will affect the privacy of the way people go to the toilet. Nothing whatsoever. Now wait a minute.
The only
is it
way
crazy how these people didn't change their like whole fucking like tune? They still argue
no,
about
it's the same exact argument.
Shit, man.
It's so ridiculous.
It's like they don't change. Their brains are still like
wild.
in the 19th century,
Absolutely
16th
wild.
century. I don't even know. It is wild.
If having only one bathroom in a small company, like say in this, if you had only one bathroom in this television station, and if that was used to deny a woman a job by saying we have only one bathroom, and that sometimes has been used as the excuse to deny a woman a job. In that instance, either they'd have to put in a second bathroom, or they would have to let the women and the men use the bathroom, but not necessarily at the same time. You understand? Now,
well, that has nothing to do with it. The point is, can you go by a certain door?
Too hysterical about the whole thing, let's realize, certain facts that in the American family where we all grew up in, I grew up in Peoria, Illinois, and I don't know where you grew up in, but unless we were quite rich, there was one bathroom in the house. And that bathroom was used by Mama and by Daddy and by Aunt Jane if she visited, and by Junior and Janie and Grandma and Grandpa, but they didn't use it at the same time, and great sinful immorality did not ensue. And in Italy, where I was recently visiting, and I went to see the Pope, and in a restaurant near the Vatican, when I had to go to the bathroom, I went in the bathroom, and there was a priest washing his hands in the the outer part. And I thought, oh my heavens, I've gotten into the wrong in the men's room. And in Italy, right there at the Vatican, the good respectable restaurant had a bathroom where the toilet cubicles were private, but the restroom of the hall was...
Okay, well, I would just like to say this has demonstrated that you're perfectly comfortable with a situation where you have no discrimination between men and women in regard to restrooms. And it's one thing where you're talking about planes or homes, but it is something else again when you're talking about grade schools.
Okay, can we move on to the next point? Will the ERA, if it is passed, help the marriage of homosexuals?
Why?
Will they be able to get married under the law?
Well, ERA says that equality of rights shall not be denied on account of sex. Now, if you want to deny a marriage license to a man and a man, it's precisely on the basis of sex that you deny it. And therefore, I feel we would have immediate litigation, and about 4 out of 5 of the lawyers I ask on this say, yes, the homosexuals will win.
You don't think they should get married?
I do not think
homosexuals
should have the rights of husbands and wives, which are the rights to adopt children, to file joint income tax returns,
We
to
can't have
attend the
that.
schools.
Aren't they protected under the Constitution like every other American? The right to
Sure,
life,
they have
liberty?
free speech, free press, and all that sort of thing. But they should not have the particular rights that belong to husbands and wives.
Even if it makes you happy?
Absolutely
well, no, it may
not.
make you happy
You
to
can't
commit
have
all
that.
kinds of crimes. We don't
You
judge
think
our
That would
homosexuality
be
is a crime?
bad.
Well, it is in many states.
Betty, you want to comment?
Well, I think that the right of sexual privacy and the right of choice, this is a basic American right.
That's insane.
And homosexuality is not a crime. I mean, and it isn't...
It's against the law in many
That's
states, but however,
crazy.
that isn't what we're discussing. ERA won't affect what they do behind a closed door, but it will affect their public rights. And I do not think that perverts should have the rights that belong to husbands
They're
and wives.
You feel that
Perverts!
Like
homosexuals are
straight up.
perverts?
Straight
I
up.
said,
The American
just
Psychiatric
perverts.
Association said no.
well, that's their opinion. I have my opinion.
Yes, but I think that the Constitution of the United States, whether you
I
like
have my
somebody or don't
opinion.
like somebody,
My opinion
applies.
is to
And
be a horrible piece of
they have the right to the
garbage.
protection.
But
And
they
not
don't
everybody
have,
has to
should not
have
have
blonde
the
hair
rights
and
of
blue
husbands
eyes.
and wives.
And look, as far as I have been told by the lawyers, homosexual marriage is not something that stems from the Equal Rights Amendment. That says discrimination on the basis of sex. And in
Right,
this
that's
instance,
exactly what it is.
No, in this instance, sex doesn't mean what you do in bed at night. It means whether you are the female sex or the male sex. Homosexuality can be male or female. There's nothing.
Betty, excuse me for interrupting. Betty Friedan, Phyllis we want to thank you for joining us. I'm sorry we've run out of time. I'd like to invite you to come back. We have until 1979 to discuss this matter.
Well, I hope we get it ratified in 76.
Well, best of luck to both of you. Maybe that's mutually exclusive. I don't know. Thank you both for joining us on Good Morning. It's been very interesting. Right now we have
That was wild. That's wild. That's wild. Thank you. That was Flashy had provided that. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Let's take a look here. It says here that Trey has sent a video here called AI is on its last legs. So we're going to take a look at that.
Is it though?
On July 28th, 2026, an AI startup called Orchid posted a launch video that went mega viral on Twitter. It features a couple on their anniversary, but the boyfriend forgot about it. The woman, clearly frustrated, vents to her AI assistant Orchid for help. The assistant says it's way ahead of her and sends messages to her boyfriend reminding him of the date. Then it proceeds to book a table for him and get her flowers she likes. He texts, okay, I can do this, and the chatbot says, you can't, that's why I'm here. Orchid tells the woman he's acting like he planned it himself as he compliments the AI for carrying their relationship, and they live happily ever after. How wonderful. Instead of trying to be a better significant other, you can just stay a piece of shit and have AI cuck your girlfriend. What a wonderful world we live in, isn't it? Unsurprisingly, this video generated a massive amount of vitriol, and it's just another one of the many examples of the people building this crap being so incredibly out of touch with the general populace, which will probably lead to its impending collapse. Thank you to Derek Thompson for this great Substack article which helped guide this video. By now, most of us know that AI is in a bubble. A financial bubble is when the asset prices of a certain industry rise to unreasonably high fake levels that do not match the actual value of what's being built. In order to understand just how large this bubble is getting, we need to know what a hyperscaler is and how they're using their money. Hyperscalers are the largest cloud computing and data center providers who have created most of the AI infrastructure. The four biggest hyperscalers are Meta, Microsoft, Alphabet, aka Google, and Amazon. Since 2021, these four companies have been pouring an incomprehensible amount of money into AI development and infrastructure. A big reason they could justify this is, well, for one, AI is a race to build the next big thing, and so companies are just trying to get there first, but also because these companies could afford to. The hyperscaler's free cash flow, the cash that a company has left over after paying its day-to-day operations and long-term expenditures, has remained in the green since the beginning of the AI arms race. Just 2 years ago, the four biggest hyperscalers, Microsoft, Alphabet, Meta, and Amazon, were generating roughly $210 billion in free cash flow every year. But in 2026, their free cash flow has plummeted to below zero. Of course, not every public company is suffering, because the wealth is being transferred from the hyperscalers to the semiconductor companies, aka the ones actually building the GPUs and chips AI uses. The problem is these hyperscalers need to keep spending. So what are they doing? They're taking on more debt. Here's what that looks like from the Big Four. In order to generate more spending money, public companies will issue bonds, essentially a way for investors to lend money to a company for a set period. The company pays the investor interest at fixed intervals, then the original amount borrowed is paid back to the investor when the bond reaches its maturity date. From 2024 to 2025, the annual volume of bonds issued from hyperscalers went from roughly $20 billion to $110 billion. And in 2026, that number reached 150
I mean, everybody
billion.
has been talking about the AI bubble burst for like several years now. It's probably true, probably like a thing. At the same time, I'm like, it could still go up. Like, we don't actually know where this ends.
I don't know.
Many are now likening this to the .com bubble.
No, trust me, I'm aware. I know.
90s and early 2000s. In an article for Business Insider, Jennifer Soar writes about an analyst at JP Morgan comparing the divergence in the AI trade to communications equipment in 1999. Quote, companies supplying communications equipment began to see a parabolic rise in 1999, while companies making heavy capital investments in the space tumbled from their peaks. The The dot-com bubble eventually burst in early 2000, less than a year after that divide was first noticed. What also might be indicative of what's to come is the fact that Microsoft ended June with its worst monthly share loss since the dot-com bubble in 2000. These companies are basically banking on what other reporters accurately call a miracle. The biggest 5 hyperscalers are trying to promise that their revenue will double over the next 3 years while cutting roughly $80 billion in operating expenses. As depreciation expenses soar over the next few years due to all the new buildings and equipment, the expenses spent on sales, general, and administrative sectors must go down at an unprecedented rate. As accounting professor at Purdue University, Kevin Koharki puts it, it just seems like the analysts, in order to keep the operating margins steady or slightly growing, are assuming that whatever depreciation increases by, we're going to see a direct offset through sales, general, and administrative. I can't think of a scenario where that's ever happened before. And this is coming at the same time that we're seeing companies regret cutting their workforces to save revenue, which is causing them to try to rehire all the employees they fired. Market research from Robert Half indicates that roughly 29% to 32% of organizations that cut jobs due to early...
By the way, y'all, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I think I'm kind of aware of this kind of stuff. Bobro had sent a video on Anthony Fauci on the Professor Dave Explains video. That's a very long video.
Oh, that's a long one.
That's a really long one, and it's great.
Yeah, it's a really good video, but it's really long, and
All right. Actually, I got one here. Strat said you're out of your mind. Republican candidate dramatically fails to sway voter. All right, let's take a look.
Oh, did you see the thing with the Republican guy that lost?
Let's look.
To a guy that retired.
What's most concerning to you about the upcoming election?
I would say putting a check on the executive branch is extremely important. Big check on it.
What? That's max volume, chat.
That's the only thing.
The only thing I care about at the moment. Putting a big on check on massive amounts of corruption that are happening.
So I am running on the Republican.
So you're probably not going to get my vote in this area. So. Are you for him?
I do support his policies.
What could you tell me that could ever get me to fathom why you would support that? That's my question.
So I think that we have destabilized the world with our weakness on the cross.
Candidate, what's her name? Candidate Holly Novaletsky. Let's pull her up. Holly Novaletsky. Positions. Political. All right, let's see here. Holly Novaletsky. What are their positions?
Probably not the best.
All right, let's look here. Republican running for Congress in New Hampshire's 1st congressional district in 2016. Before everybody crashes out on me, yes, this is going to be ChatGPT because it just makes it simple. Major rundown for major positions. Trump, strongly supportive. She says she will work with Trump to accept. Well, that right there, you can just stop right there.
Yeah, it's just like first thing.
I'm good. You can fuck
there.
right off with that. Taxes. Keep taxes low. Opposed to raising taxes to reduce the deficit. Yeah, I mean, again, you got to raise the taxes on the rich. I'm sorry. It's just ridiculous. Cut more unnecessary federal spending. Supports a balanced budget amendment. Okay, great. Awesome. Reduce federal regulations. Very restrictive. Secure the border. Remove criminal undocumented immigrants. Opposing amnesty. Supporting greater cooperation between state and local authorities and ICE. Supports ending limiting automatic birthright citizenship. Yo, FYI, this is how I became a citizen. I became a citizen on the basis that I was born here in the United States. So this alone is like, you're an awful human being. I hate you as a person. And I want nothing to do with you. You're a terrible person. Abortion. States should decide. Yeah, of course. Classic.
Yeah.
Supports excluding transgender women from women's sports. Awful. Pro Second Amendment. Opposes assault weapons, magazine, ammunition. Hey, wait. Oh, she opposes those. Okay, sorry. Never mind. It turns out she is an idiot.
So she shouldn't like Trump.
Yeah. No Medicare for all. We favor private insurance. I'll take that check. Marijuana opposes federal legalization, despite that this is like a no-brainer. Literally, this is a bipartisan issue. Both people can get behind this. Pro oil and gas production, more drilling. Oh my God, dude. Opposes EV mandates and EV subsidies. Opposes a federal carbon tax. Protectionist, America first. Strong. Oh my God. Fuck this lady, dude. Fuck this lady. I hate this person. Supportive of tariffs. Fucking... Supportive of military assistance, particularly... Okay, well, whoa, actually a position that I agree. Supports Israel. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, sorry. No, anti-genocide there. Sorry. Taiwan, strongly opposed to Chinese takeover. Undecided on increasing U.S. military aid. Social Security wants to preserve it for current beneficiaries and is not committed to a specific reform such as raising retirement age or means testing. God, I hate this lady. Opposes, fuck this lady. This lady's awful. Okay, anyway, now that we know that this is like an unironic vampire that wants to suck your blood, and she has like a cape, like a cape here. Let me just get a cape going, and she's like, yes, please give me your vote. I want your vote. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry.
I know I'm a vampire.
I'm sorry.
We're
a vampire.
Right. But still, listen to me, please. I will not suck your blood.
I will not. All right.
We have destabilized the world without weakness on the wall stage.
We have, or he has, with his...
Under the prior administration. And this administration really is focused on the American worker, bringing back manufacturing.
Out of your We're so sorry.
You're out of your fucking mind.
I can't even talk to you in a straight face if that's how you think it's not straight. Good luck to you.
At least we can have that.
Absolutely.
That's the point. We need to be
Absolutely. And go fuck yourself, you genocide supporting psychopath.
But you saying that we can have this conversation while simultaneously supporting a man that would call me a loser and a scum because I don't support him is ridiculous. So I can't take you seriously.
We can have a conversation. I'm going to let you have your breakfast.
Yeah, please leave.
Right now. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm leaving. Fuck off. Fucking based. All right. So, did you know, Daniel, that, and this is rare, PBS NewsHour interviewed the top advisor of the IRCC. The top advisor. Really? Yes. Top advisor of the military in Iran. These people, they do not let people like this show up on American media. And the idea that it is even here, this was on August 11th, the total cost is actually incredible. That is crazy. It is incredible. And you get to listen to what he has to say. Let me see if I can find the exact. Yep, here it is.
As the war with Iran continues its uneasy stalemate, we hear now from a top advisor to the overall commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the force.
The overall commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is showing up on PBS, bro. He's here on PBS, bro. He's literally like the guy that orders the frontline people. Holy shit. All right, let's see what he has to say.
Largely responsible for border and internal security. The U.S. and many other nations have designated it a terrorist organization. The IRGC, as it's known, rarely give interviews and almost never to Western media.
Yeah.
But Commander Mohammad Reza Nakhti sat down this morning in Tehran for an exclusive interview with special correspondent Reza Sayah.
Commander Nakhti, thank you very much for sitting down with us. It has been a long-running policy of Iran's Revolutionary Guard to never speak to American media. What changed? Why did you agree to sit with us?
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. We never received a request to reject it. We would like for our voice to reach the ears of people in Western countries. It's Western media that don't like our voice to be heard. There's nothing we do that's indefensible and outside the values of humanity that we would want to cover up or not discuss.
Let's talk about this war. Where do you see Iran in this?
Mind you, right? I'm not going to be here to, apply apologetics for the Iran leader here. Iran is not known for being pro-LGBT, okay? So we're there. I am not on this guy's side. And, to say that he's in favor of human rights, I just disagree with that. But I'll hear him out.
Well, I mean, outside of the war, I think it's fine to say, and it's obviously logical to say that, you don't prefer them, right? But
yes,
in the strict sense of what's happening right now, and in the strict sense of the war that, the US started illegally and Israel, they started illegally. It's like, they're in the right, it's like as crazy as it might seem. It's like they're not the ones that are like the evil ones right now in this very narrow aspect of our lives.
Anyway, let's continue.
Do you see yourself as winning? Are you in control?
Certainly, victory is on our side. After the defeat of America's two main objectives, the toppling of the leadership and the breaking up of Iran, we saw confusion and bewilderment in America. It became a war without a strategy. Every 2 or 3 days, they announced a new objective. For several nights, they said they want to invade Karg Island. They said they want to open the Strait of Hormuz. They mobilized their battleships. Everything they tried, we can show how we were victorious.
In your view, is it inevitable that Iran has won?
No, we have not yet reached our final objective. This is clear. Up until now, we are victorious. In the future, we will continue to be victorious. The longer this war lasts, the more experience we gain. We had never seen a real war to gain real experience, to learn how to fight with America. In these 5 months, we have learned how. We have also seen how the American military is weaker than what we perceived.
Yo, that is wild to say. Holy crap, why are we doing this? Donald Trump chose to do this. Why are we doing this? We don't need to do this. None of this is necessary. We decided to fuck with Iran, and now Iran is learning how to fight the United States. And for whatever reason, they now think we are weaker as a result.
Iran's objective to drag out this war, to maybe wait until Mr. Trump is out of office?
Look, we have to attain deterrence so that the enemy never dares to attack us, so we can live with security. One way is to prolong this war until we get to the next term of the presidency and cause attrition, so that if anyone else wants to attack Iran, they will know there is a cost.
This week, on at least 2 occasions, maybe more, Iranian forces attacked non-military ships that were trying to cross through the Strait of Hormuz. What is Iran's objective in attacking civilian ships?
When we are at war, vessels need to pass through a region we can control. When they leave an area that we control, it could be that they're transporting supplies for the enemy.
Do you not see that as a violation of international law, attacking civilian ships?
When you're in a state of war, any thoroughfare deemed to be a threat, we can control it. This is international law. Anywhere in the world where there is war, this law exists.
One of your most effective weapons in this war has been your missiles and your drones. Reports said before the war you had about 3,000 to 4,000 missiles. How many missiles do you have in your stockpile right now?
First of all, we are not reliant on missiles and drones. If we are victorious, we relied on our faith to be victorious. God is with us. As for our missiles, the Americans and the Zionists always want to count our missiles. First of all, the number of missiles we manufacture every day is more than the number we launch.
Bruh.
In a country this vast, we can make them
Can I
wherever
tell you
we
something,
want.
Amanda?
Bruh, like why? Why are we doing this? I hate this.
I want to paint you a picture, right? And just think about this, because this is like, I've been thinking about this for a while now. this Iranian regime has been calling America the Great Satan since the inception, right? Because of what America did before they got into power.
Yes.
Right? America has interfered in Iran. So they've been calling America the Great Satan. And now the Great Satan attacked them. And on the first day, they killed their supreme leader on the first day. And ever since then, they've been beating the shit out of the Great Satan.
I would like...
Ever since then, they've been victorious against the Great Satan.
I need this to stop and to end, please.
Yeah, I know, but can you imagine how much more faithful these people are in their religious beliefs? That they're correct and that God is on their side because they keep beating the shit out of the Great Satan. Yeah, it is terrifying. It is terrifying. Thank you, Mr. Trump.
All right. Well, regardless, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Where are you making them? Is it deep underground?
We do it in different ways. We have various ways to manufacture them securely. Rest assured, even if this war lasts for years, until the last day, Iran's rockets will be launched. I will make this point, and this is more important than missiles. If there comes a day when Iran has no more missiles left, that's when we will be even more dangerous for America.
How would you be more dangerous?
Because America has thousands of economic interests throughout the world, and all of them can be easily destroyed.
Military officers often put themselves in the place of their rivals and the enemy to maybe predict what they're going to do. Put yourself in Pete Hegseth's place. What is he thinking? What is your prediction as to what he might do?
I will never put myself in his place. He is a criminal who killed 168 innocent children. Not only do these people not work for the benefit of humanity, they don't...
Speaking of which, why is he not in jail? We do know that did happen. He did kill 168 innocent children on the basis of bad intel. He just did that. And everyone was just like, oops, I guess we're good. Are we just going to say nothing about that?
Yeah, apparently.
Even work for America. They work for their own interests. As soon as the stock market closes, they start hostilities. When the stock market opens, they send positive messages to raise stock prices. All the while, they are buying and selling the stocks themselves. If I was in the place of the American Congress, I would call for an investigative committee to compare the assets of Mr. Trump, his family, and his inner circle before the war to their assets after the war.
Holy based, Batman.
Many observers say Iran has put up a strong fight, but that America has one weapon that Iran doesn't, and that's a nuclear bomb. In your view, how likely is it for America to use a nuclear bomb?
Naturally, it can end up being a mistake for them.
Scaly Boy just donated $3 through the super chat saying, what is your biggest disagreement with other leftists? I'm not a socialist. I don't believe workers' ownership of the means of production is realistic. I don't think it'll work. I think like strong social safety nets is what is necessary. So that's probably be my biggest disagreement with other leftists. Daniel would probably, he's like, I'll get you there.
He is lying to you. He's lying to you. He doesn't know it, but he's a socialist.
Yeah.
He just, yeah. He's kind of like those atheists that call themselves agnostics. So it's all good. We'll get
By the way, if you guys have not liked the video, if you've not hit subscribe, do hit subscribe. I appreciate y'all very much. We got more coming up. We're just watching some videos while we wait for some calls. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to call in, have a discussion, I'm right here. I'm available. Let's have the discussion. Let's have a conversation. I want to hear what you have to say.
The morning after they use a bomb, all of America's military bases around the world would be occupied. Today, things are different than World War II. The people of the world have awakened. No one in the world will allow for such a crime to be committed, because the next time it could be themselves.
Washington has long claimed that Iran is a threat to Israel. Israel says Iran wants to build a bomb to destroy Israel. Does Iran want to destroy Israel?
Iran has only one thing to say about occupied Palestine, and this is something our martyred leader has also said. The leadership there must be chosen based on a majority vote by the people who are connected to that land. This will certainly not be done with a nuclear bomb, but we certainly prefer if the Zionist regime did not exist.
Me too, buddy. Me too. Believe it or not, I'm actually sympathizing with you here in the sense that it was through colonialist powers that the state of Israel exists to this day. And, the Palestinians, they received no reparations, nothing. They just got their land taken from them, and they're treated as not even second-class citizens. They're treated as like dogs or something that's like ripe for slaughter. It's awful.
Just like the previous South African regime, an apartheid and white supremacist regime that was discarded by the people, the same thing must happen in Palestine.
Iranians are often seen shouting the slogan, "Death to America." And many American politicians point to that slogan and say Iran wants to destroy America.
Look, we have no enmity with the people of America.
So what does that slogan mean?
The meaning of death to America means death to America's leadership, a leadership that has invaded or violated more than 70 countries since becoming a superpower.
Increasingly, many observers inside Iran and outside say that if Iran had a nuclear weapon, America would not attack it, that it would be a deterrent. Is the Revolutionary Guard, is Iran even discussing the possibility of pursuing a nuclear bomb?
I will say this clearly. Our nuclear bomb is the hearts of the people of the world that we won fighting oppression. Islamic values and the divine values of the Islamic Revolution are taking over the world. There is no need for nuclear bombs. There is no need for slaughter.
After the death of the late Supreme Leader, his son Mujtaba Khamenei was appointed Supreme Leader. But during this war, he has never been seen in public. Can you tell us why?
The strategy belongs to him. Our enemy is criminal and doesn't abide by any law.
So is it because of security reasons?
Naturally, it is due to security. Certainly, there is no other reason.
Have you seen him?
Let's leave this matter alone.
Commander Naqvi, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I too, thank you.
Yo, that is a wild interview.
We asked the White House about this.
What did you think of that? What did you think of that, Daniel? That is a wild interview.
I did not think that this kind of interview is going to be
even possible. Yeah, like why would something like that be aired?
Like, what the fuck?
All right.
I mean, I feel like, when people were interviewing like this, like fucking, leaders of like terrorist groups in like the 70s and 80s,
right?
Which were like, holy shit. It's like, that's happening. My God.
So I've got
this interviewer had some balls. Just
true, right? There. Show up. He's just like shaking a little bit. Scaly Boy just donated another $2 USD saying, any disagreement with the progressive platform? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, maybe I could find something that I just disagree with but I'm a fact-based guy. It doesn't have to be like, oh, it's, if the progressive platform argued for something that was like unscientific or is not backed by the facts, then I would be against it. It's that simple. Appreciate the $2 from Scaly Boy donating $2 USD. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that was that. And so I don't know if you heard this, but I want to share with you this because I had a full crash out session that happened, and I want you guys to see it.
And vaccine mandates for school kids in the state of Florida could be ending in what would be a first in the nation. What? State officials just held their first and potentially only meeting on the proposed policy. They are now considering ending the need for 4 vaccines, which all kids in daycare and public schools are currently required.
What the fuck? Dude, are these people like morons? Like total morons? Did they get lobotomized, all of them?
Yes.
What the fuck can you do something? Dude, that's such a huge threat to like the public health.
It's unbelievable. It's hands down the dumbest. It is the dumbest position I have ever heard. I have no idea why the state of Florida, out of all things, be like, yeah, let's get rid of vaccine mandates for public schools. Mind you, for anyone who's aware, schools are really, really good at spreading infection. Really, really good at it, right? Because you got thousands of kids that all pair up together and they all pick their nose and they all touch doorknobs and they all, you know, they're within
kids,
close quarters.
They're like walking
germ machines,
viruses,
virus
and bacteria, right?
machine, and they're gonna
exactly.
they're trading spit. It's a nightmare. And you're gonna tell me the state of Florida, we're hands down, we're so dumb, bro. Anyway, let's watch it.
Oh, can I tell you something before you move on?
In Miami
with this? Just so you can understand, like even the Nazi regime, like in Israel, during the genocide they actually conducted a campaign for vaccinating people against polio and other diseases, because they also knew that those diseases, they don't know boundaries. You know, they're not being stopped by bullets and shit.
Yeah.
Right. So they did it not to protect the Palestinians, to protect themselves, right, from getting those diseases. Even those people. In the meantime, fucking DeSantis is like, dude. I mean, I don't know. It's like this guy probably doesn't have any brain cells left in his mind.
Yeah. Classic.
Whatsoever.
Classic. Well, so let's keep going. Let's see what they have to say here.
The details. And Brooke, how did that public hearing go? What are you learning about this one?
Well, Anna, we know that state officials are still plowing ahead with this proposal that they say is about parents' rights, despite some pushback and serious concerns.
Parents' rights against the vaccine. It's a parents' rights whether or not that we want to bring back polio.
Hey, it's your right to have polio, okay?
Are they stupid?
Come on.
Yes. Yeah, guys, let's all spread rubella. Yeah, let's do it. Let's see. This will not end well. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Stupid asses could stupid be. Here comes the dead kids. Like, I don't, what do you expect? What do you expect to happen?
From parents, teachers, and some doctors, many of whom packed that state health department meeting in Panama City Beach last week. Many in that room called it a dangerous idea to get rid of vaccine mandates for all school-aged children. Florida here looking to become the first state in the nation to get rid of those vaccine mandates and let kids go to school and daycare without vaccines to prevent hepatitis B, the chicken pox, or HIV, which can cause meningitis. This proposal is one that has left parents sharply divided for months.
Florida proposal to end vaccine mandates, hepatitis B, varicella, pneumococcal bacteria, and Haemophilus influenza type B or Hib. Oh, holy crap.
Yep.
I believe everybody has an option.
Amazing.
You know, if you...
Yeah, like, you know, everybody's got an option to wear a seatbelt. Yo, you know what I've been saying lately as a pejorative insult? And I don't know if it's a TOS guideline violation. You let me know, Daniel. You know, honestly, these people, they need to raw milk themselves. Can they just have like a giant raw milk party where they're just consuming copious amounts of raw milk and rid us of their insane stupidity? It blows me away. Listen, I saw on TikTok this lady that said, "Oh, raw milk's good for you. It's so natural." Please raw milk yourself. Please just rid me of your stupidity so I could stop listening to these morons. Dude, why would you wear a seatbelt? Why have car seats for your kids? Why not? Dude, honestly, bro, just have the kid on a skateboard with like a rope around their waist or whatever. These people are idiots, dude.
Want to vaccinate your child? You can, but I don't believe that it should have ever been enforced on any of us.
It never should have been enforced. That's why we need to have these giant virus centers called schools where we could just like get more and more people infected. Because I don't know, I'm an idiot. What?
I think it's bad.
It's because they don't know how it is to have those diseases. Yeah, that's why. It's like, we've been safe from these diseases for so many years due to vaccines and how efficient they are, that people literally forgot how it is. Right?
That's the
to
problem.
have things like polio and
That's
rubella.
the problem.
It's
The
like,
vaccine,
people died or
yeah, the
were just
vaccine has
made
been
for
so
life.
radically successful. We don't even know what it's like until you actually get it. And then you realize, oh crap, this is actually a fucking nightmare. This is actually something that we need to avoid. But Jesus, dude.
It's a good idea because we believe in science, and science over and over.
Based.
It's like,
Holy
we have to
based.
believe in
You know,
this.
you could tell that she didn't get taught by the Florida School Board of Education. You can tell based on her accent. You could tell, right? She had a little bit of intelligence there.
And we as doctors have an important role in terms of teaching, but also I think we'll have to rely on other
He's
members
brown.
of
He
our
also
community.
is like no.
Yeah. Primary care physician. What does he have to
You can
say?
literally tell.
Let's see what they say.
We as doctors have an important role in terms of teaching, but also I think we'll have to rely on other members of our community to help engage people to understand and learn and feel that these vaccines are safe and have gone through lots of medical research and really...
What? Wait, what? What?
They should arrest him. How can he say that?
Are you...
Big virus is paying him.
Are you saying that vaccines work? Are you paid by Big Pharma? It's got to be Big Pharma, chat. It's got to be. It can't be anything else, guys. Guys, the doctor who's telling you to get the fucking vaccine is telling you, hey, yeah, maybe get the vaccine because, you're a freaking idiot. Stop being a freaking idiot and get your freaking vaccines. We're going to no longer require vaccines in schools. Holy crap, dude. I am so glad I'm not in primary education anymore. I'm so glad I'm 37 and this is not a thing for me to deal with. But god damn, I can't imagine, like, do you really think like measles cases are going to increase? 100%. This is literally an objective. Like, there's going to be an X amount of dead kids. In fact, let's pull it up. Measles cases.
It has started.
USA.
There's a measles epidemic.
By state. By state. Yeah, let's just watch the fucking the Florida School Board of Education, the Florida Educational Standard. Oh, what do you freaking know? It turns out we're all idiots. It turns out we're actually idiots. That it's increasing in the state of Florida. What is happening in South Carolina? I guarantee you they probably are getting rid of the vaccine mandates. Oh, what do you freaking know? So it turns out that roughly around the time when people started having problems with vaccines, that's where we started seeing an increase of yearly measles cases. Stop. No way. I'm getting a chubby. And by a chubby, I mean infected by the measles. What the fuck?
Yeah. How can that be the case? What's happening?
I hate this.
No way.
I hate these people. Please raw milk yourself. Please, please, please.
May not be the boogeymans that they're made out to be.
So, Anna, right now, every state allows vaccine exemptions for certain medical reasons. Most states have exemptions for religious reasons.
Yo, hot take. Hot take, Daniel. Hot take. You want to hear my hot take?
There shouldn't be. There shouldn't
fuck
be.
your religion.
Fuck
yeah,
that
that's right. Fuck your religion.
Fuck your religion.
Nice religion. Too bad. So sad. You get a vaccine. Go fuck yourself. It's that simple. It's that simple. Yeah, I'm going to be an authoritarian about this. Get your vaccine. Stop being an idiot. It's that simple. Get a vaccine. You got to get your vaccine. It's that simple. I'm sorry. Like, we're going to sit there, argue with these fucking idiots all day. Oh, but my magic man in the sky told me the vaccines are so unnatural and bad. And if you look at this, this thing, it's bad. No, I'm sorry. Do you know how we got rid of smallpox? Do you know the story of this? Smallpox, Daniel? Do you know about this?
In the United States, you mean? Or
well, it's actually it was done throughout the world. Smallpox was something that existed for millions of years, and we ended up coming up with a vaccine. And smallpox was such a freaking nightmare. Here, I'll pull it up. Smallpox. What does it look like? All right, let's all look at what smallpox looks like, everybody. Hey, everybody, who wants to look at smallpox? Great, awesome. That's a freaking nightmare. Who here wants
Hey,
this?
You need to let your kid have that so he can build a natural immunity.
So get this. Get this. Here's what happened with smallpox. This happened in the 20th century, early 20th century in the United States. The United States government required, not requested, required vaccines.
Why do you like fascism, Amanda?
Vaccines. And then on top of it, the World Health Organization and various private NGOs, they went across the world to get rid of smallpox. Didn't matter what your religion, your color, whatever it was. Smallpox was such a problem to humans that we were like, we're going to eradicate this forever. And you know what ended up happening? We got everybody vaccinated. And do you know what happened? Smallpox is gone.
Yes, people die.
Now nobody needs to get a smallpox vaccine. You're good. Smallpox, the last known case, did you know, the last known case of smallpox was in Madagascar in the 1970s. Did you know that?
Yeah,
that actually happened.
Have freedom there.
Yeah, we were like, fuck you. You're getting your vaccine. And then they got their vaccine and then they get to live the rest of their life. And so do their children and their children's children. And we don't have to deal this thing that was an unironic plague on humanity for millions of years. No, dude, get rid of it, dude. Get rid of these freaking diseases. And if we get a vaccine, just take it. Jesus.
Every time I hear like parents like arguing against mandatory vaccinations for kids, you know, about like vaccines that we've been using for decades and decades, and they're safe and they're effective and everything.
Let's see.
It's kind of like saying, it's like, yeah, I mean, I know I got this vaccine that helped me not die, but I do want to have the freedom to maybe have my kid die.
Merckman is saying, no, I am pro-vaccine. I'm saying, I wonder if Amanda would be okay with locking up and killing people who don't want vaccines. Yeah, so here's what's going to happen, right? You're going to be like, no, I don't want a vaccine. I'm not going to get a vaccine. I'll be like, okay. Dude, I'm going to sit, there's going to be doctors in the bushes, okay, and they got one of those blowpipes, and they're just gonna, they're
like ninja.
And they're gonna be like, oh man, this guy, he's gonna come out of his house, he's gonna come, and then just, oh god, I got MMR'd. Oh no, I got MMR'd, and he's like panicking. He runs scared into his Ford F-250, and then that'll be it. That's it. That's all I'm going to do. We're going to have what do you think, Daniel? Get a bunch of doctors.
That's like being like an ethical ninja, you know?
It'd be awesome. We do it for rhinos.
Exactly.
I mean, if you think about it, a lot of these Trump supporters are the shape of rhinos, so that we, you know,
true.
We can pull it off.
They have the same amount of intelligence.
I just imagine the Republican is just like charging he's like bucking as soon as he gets hit with the
It's like, do you know like all the David Attenborough like documentaries about like how they're vaccinating like wild rhinos, and you just have the same thing but with like Republicans, you know?
I gotta find it. Hold on, I gotta pull it up. Hold on, am I gonna get content ID'd for this? Probably. Let me see here. Hold on. Let's see. Scaly Boy says, look at the YouTube short that I just posted on Discord. Okay, give me a quick moment.
And it's great. And you know what? I believe totally in your freedoms. I do. You got to do what you have to do. But I recommend take the vaccines. I did it. Boo. It's good. Take the vaccines. But
boo.
No, that's okay. That's all right. You got your freedoms. But I happen to take the vaccine. If it doesn't work, you'll be the first to know. Okay? Boo. I'll call up Alabama. I'll say, hey, you know what? But it is working. But you do have your freedoms. You have to keep the...
No, fuck off. No freedom. You get no freedom. Here's what I'm going to do to you. Here is exactly what I'm going to do to you. Here we go. You guys ready? You ready? This is what's going to happen, okay? I'm going to do this to you.
Okay, Quinn is out of the picture.
You're going to be walking You're going to be walking all happy, you know, to your Ford F-250 on your way to the rodeo or whatever the fuck it is that or your Turning Point USA. And boom, bro. There it is. Boom. That's what's going to happen. And you're going to be like, no, yeah, I got vaccinated.
Not again.
Yeah, there's the MMR. There's the measles. There's the measles, the mumps, rubella, because they had to, because they separated it.
No.
Oh man. Oh God, no. That's what's gonna happen, bro. I'm gonna do this too. This is gonna be the doctor plan. It's gonna be great. You guys are gonna love it. It'll be great, right? Just get your vaccine normally, right? And you won't have to go the DART method. But man, DART method is where it's at, dude. We gotta go DART method. All right, here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
Amender, hey, it's Merck again.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, no, the only reason I brought that up is because I had asked you previously if fascism or authoritarianism is ever good, and you told me explicitly that you are against all forms of authoritarianism.
Okay.
Before. So obviously you're not.
I mean, like, I don't think that this is like necessarily an authoritarian action. I think it's like it enables people to live their life as they see fit. And I don't think it's a problem.
There's an other side that you're not letting live their life.
Who?
Now I'm not saying that their decisions
who am I not letting live their life?
The people who don't want vaccines.
People who don't want vaccines? So
as stupid as they are,
does
and
the
they're
virus
affect other people's lives?
Do viruses care if you're a Republican? I'm just curious.
No, that's not my point. I'm just saying I tried, like, I wanted to make an example for that. Because I asked you for authoritarianism,
Are you
hierarchy.
free if you're dead?
Yeah.
Okay, that's...
You're not?
No.
What are you then?
No, you're dead. You're not. You have no autonomous action anymore. You're no longer. You're not free or slave. You're just dead. You've lost like you're no longer effectively this autonomous being.
Right, but but I'm free to become soil and become nutrient for other beings or whatever.
But you're not
right?
free though. You're dead. You're not. You're dead. You can't like choose to go to the grocery store or choose to feed your kids or choose to go make money or choose to, drink something or smoke a cigar or, you know what I mean?
You
You're
believe
not
in
really
ultimate
free.
I'm surprised you believe in ultimate free will to begin with, to be honest. But
Base Got Flashy just donated $5 saying, funny thing is, Pope Francis strongly supported people getting the COVID vaccine, so Catholics have no religious excuse. Very true. And also, yeah, dude, if you want to do the religious exemption, I'm telling you, man, what do you think about my vaccine DART idea? I think it's a great idea.
Well, I live in Pennsylvania, and the reason we always have high measles cases is because of the Amish.
Yeah. So we take the Amish, right? We see them. They're probably walking around the field or whatever, and we just, just give them a blowpipe.
My point is, you say you're okay.
I mean, they'll freak out at first. They'll be like, "Ah, my God, I got hit," and they're gonna run around. Because I got hit.
My point is that you were okay with fascism and authoritarianism sometimes.
It's not authoritarian. It leaves people free to do what they want.
No, it doesn't. You said they have to get vaccines.
No, I'm not saying they. No, I'm saying they could go go on about their way. We just got to do the DART method.
Right. So you're doing a sort of sneaky form of fascism then.
It's not fascism. You end up being free to do as you see fit. It's actually enforcing people be healthy, and that's it.
My point is, of course I agree with you.
They're free to do it.
Going back to the origins of when the smallpox vaccine came out in England in the late 1700s with the cow parts, and over 100,000 people rioted in London because they thought it was the devil. I get it. That's stupid. I'm pro-vaccine. It's done nothing but good things in our lives. I don't believe it causes autism. My overall point is
so like when you got the Republican Trump supporter that watches Joe Rogan and likes Newsmax and is really weary about the vaccine, right? We just treat him like a rhino or a tiger or whatever, and just blow dart him.
Well, I just want to keep it like people, and that's what I'm saying. You go on and on about authoritarianism, but
that's
you really
not
are
authoritarian. That's not
How
authoritarian.
isn't it?
No, I'm just blow darting them, right? Maybe it's a little bit of assault. Maybe it's a little assault, but they'll be all right. It'll be all right.
In your heart of hearts, you're okay with
shrug it off. They'll be okay. They'll take it off, and then they'll be like, "What the hell was that? What the hell?"
Just 10 minutes ago, you said you're okay with being authoritarian about it. You said that.
Well, a little authoritarian, sure. It's a little.
Okay.
But I think it makes I think it makes people more free. I think it does. I think it makes things better, and we don't have to worry so much about these measly, measles cases that unironically do kill people and children and the sick and the infirmed. And I just think that if you're not getting your vaccine, you're kind of a selfish prick.
I don't know why. That's not my overall point. My overall point is that you skirt around that. You're like, it's only authoritarianism when it's things that you disagree with, right?
Yeah.
Like there's plenty of times where you want to install laws that fit your narrative or worldview. I'm not saying I don't agree with
is telling me to look up the Thomas Sankara Operation Commando based. What is the Thomas Sankara Operation Commando? I'm going to look it up. Hold on. Thank you for the dono, by the way. That was $2 donated.
Yeah,
my sound is not working. I'm sad.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut off the donation.
It says that it was a Operation Commando was a massive. Oh, hold on. Massive, highly successful public health campaign launched in 1984 by Thomas Sankara's government in Burkina Faso. The goal was to vaccinate roughly 2.5 million children against a killer disease like the measles, meningitis, and yellow fever in just a 2-week period. They conducted 2 weeks starting in 1984, following Sankara's rise to power in 1983. It reached approximately 2 to 2.5 million children, tripling prior health campaign coverage with balanced rural and urban turnouts. It prevented a massive, fatal seasonal wave of measles and meningitis, which would have been typically seen in 1985. Yeah, based. Fucking based. Based as fuck.
Right. So this also goes back to what I was saying before. I think that you always say that education is important. I think that it's, and I know Daniel has said there's a difference between being educated and having the access to information, which is fair enough, I guess. But it just seems like we have started to, the more access to information people have, the more they start to break down and start to not believe reality.
People are horribly bad at determining fact from fiction. They're very, very bad at it.
Yeah, and how do we get? I mean, you could say education, but
epistemology courses, unironically, needs to be required courses, right? We need to be able to determine fact from fiction. Like, I'm sorry, Joe Rogan is not at the level of like the entire body of the scientific community. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but he has the most reach, and that's
the problem. I don't care. He's also the most idiotic. Right. Out of all the idiots, he's got the most reach because I don't know, maybe he's relatable or whatever. But I mean, like, I'm sorry, if the entire scientific body is telling you one thing and Joe Rogan is telling you another, probably listen to the people who actually know what they're talking about.
Yeah, but what if they choose not to? That's where we're at.
I know. That's the problem. That's why I got to get the blow darts out. Sorry, right, you're like a rhino. You're too dumb to know what's good for you.
We'll end this that you're okay with fascism, and you're a fascist.
Oh, whatever.
We can end it right
Come
there.
on. That's
all right, man. No. All right, man. Take care.
Called me a fascist.
Yeah, can you imagine? It's like you want people to not die from preventable disease. You
How dare I?
Fascist.
How dare I?
How dare you? How dare you? You fascist.
Let's see. All right, let's continue this video because this is a pretty good video.
But this Florida proposal would mean every kid could go to school without these vaccine requirements, no questions asked. Anna?
Yeah, and you wonder if Florida does this, if other states may follow suit as well. And some folks are also questioning,
Some would. And man, they're also very dumb. I like to blame the education system in Florida. And I'm going to blame maybe the lead, because God damn it, dude, people are dumb.
If the federal government and pharmaceutical companies and medical professionals had been more honest or at least upfront about the potential risks of the vaccines for COVID.
They were honest. It was the opposite side that specifically wasn't honest. Daniel, I find it so annoying.
I know.
Where it's like you had, I don't know, guys like Fauci that are just telling you the scientific consensus from a virologist standpoint. And then you had like Joe Rogan, like, I took the horse medication and I got better. I'm better after the horse medication, even though the horse medication doesn't address that at all and doesn't even address viruses. It's a fucking it was an anti-fucking worm agent. How would that touch a virus? It's just stupid. I hate people. I hate people so much.
There wouldn't be so much.
I mean, it was a campaign of
and
disinformation
these people,
like
dude,
no
there's
other.
and there's so many people that think that Fauci lied and all these people lied. No, they didn't. They never did. You're just fabricating nonsense. The science was telling you the facts. Hey, we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
Hello. Can I get your name?
I'm going by Meefs today.
By what?
Meefs.
Meefs? Okay, Meefs.
Yeah,
what you want to talk about?
So I saw the title of Woke and Epistemology and decided to call in, and I was curious from your own sort of epistemic grounding, what does woke mean to you? What does that, convey, or what does that represent?
I would say like aware of systemic issues that push specific people down in society and seeking to correct that. That would be woke.
Word. How do you feel where, again, coming from the epistemic standpoint, like where people use woke as a catch-all, but it's not actually defined one way or the other? Or have you seen this? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, like there's a lot of right wingers that just look like people that we do not like. Those are the woke people.
Yep, bingo. So I don't know. It's just something that's been sort of top of mind recently because the term, really was born out of a lot of what we saw in the early 2000s, both from a media standpoint and then from just like life, in whole. And the idea or the communication, the way that it was said originally, was to quote unquote stay woke. And the idea was that you were going to be doing your own research, your own understanding as to what was going on, but it had nothing to do with demonizing one group of people or another. If anything, I would go so far as to say it's an idealized version of Christianity without a deity in it. Because if you study the Bible, versus what we have where people are in church, they're singing and dancing, there's a big show. If you look at what Jesus said, he literally tells you to go into your bedroom, close the door, and that's where you pray, where it's just like you and you alone. So this idea that, is basically like a catch-all or like everything that we don't like in the world, it is just, I don't know, it's one of the sort of worst things that I've seen in sort of modern times because it had no real, how do I want to say this? It had no actual like enemy, quote unquote, but it turned into, are you familiar with the term iconoclast?
I've heard of it before. I'll pull it up though.
It basically means
iconoclast is a person who attacks or challenges traditional beliefs, accepted customs, or established institutions.
Yeah. In the ancient world, the way this went down is where
a breaker of religious icons.
Yeah, a pharaoh, whoever was the new top dog would show up and basically paint over, obliterate, cut off the nose, cut off the ears from statues, etc. And this would be their way of saying like, okay, these gods are no longer relevant or meaningful. But I feel like that same sort of process has taken place with that word. And it's almost become weaponized, or not almost, but
it has.
It's become weapon. Yeah.
I'm okay with calling myself woke because like I remember when woke was first existed And I mean, originally it just means that you're just aware of racial prejudice and social injustice.
No doubt. And for me, my take on it was like coming from, the early 2000s or whatever, it was like in the Matrix, if you took the quote unquote red pill, that's how you woke up.
Yeah.
And how
You
you
learned the
were
truth.
aware of exactly. You were connected to the truth. You were no longer in la la land.
Yeah.
And so it's just crazy how that term has been bastardized, jeopardized, all this, and now it's kind of like used as like this whipping board against anybody who dares to have an idea that is somehow separate from what's seen as like, the mainstream or right wing or whatever. But yeah, just like I said, I was curious about it because I've seen you had woke in the title, you had epistemology. These are two things that I'm definitely into. So I was like, all right, let me call up and see what's going on here.
I like the way you're thinking, Meefs. Are you subscribed?
I think I am. I remember I had called in, good Lord, this probably would have been like 2 or 3 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked for a little bit. In all honesty, I do not recall what, but, I saw that you were doing like kind of like these like live call-in shows and going at people. And I was just like, honestly, wishing the best for you because it's like that can take a lot,
It sure
just
can.
like
Yep.
debating people and it just kind of going through the ups and downs of the internet constantly. But I see you still out here rocking, you're still doing your thing. So, clearly something's going good for you, man. So
Appreciate it, Meefs. You have a great day.
yes, sir. You do the same. Keep staying woke out here.
Peace. Wow. That was a nice call. That was so nice. Okay, give me one quick second. I'm just going to use the bathroom super quick, so just hang tight. I'm just going to BRB. Hang tight. All right. We are back.
Come back.
All right. Let's continue to the video here.
In this country, because that is growing exponentially since the pandemic. What more are Florida officials saying about moving forward with this plan in the state of Florida?
Well, Anna, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says that this plan is about transparency, and ultimately his office argues that vaccines are not the state's responsibility. Here's the governor in September.
The federal government said that vaccines are not the federal government's responsibility. It is instead left up to the states. And then
it's
Ron DeSantis and all of his wisdom, and the Surgeon General, you know, the guy whose responsibility is literally to deal with this, was specifically said this should not be left up to the states, but should just be left up to individuals to decide. Because I don't know, I guess measles is fun.
Yeah, because they're so good at making decisions about these
to make the best decisions that they can.
And by the best decision, they mean the absolute 100% wrong decision that they should never make.
But some of this stuff, you know, if you look back when I was growing up, what they would recommend now, they're recommending like way more stuff.
Wow, there's like a lot more vaccines that have been. Could you imagine that science got better? Oh God, we're so I hate Ron. I hate Ron DeSantis. Holy shit. Can I just say, like, Florida wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for Ron DeSantis?
For this.
There would be another Ron DeSantis.
And we should mention this debate comes.
And then here we can see that there appears to be some pretty severe measles outbreaks, which, you know, apparently Florida is close to leading, which is great work. Great work, Ron DeSantis.
As measles cases resurge in the U.S., South Carolina recently reported more than 100 cases, most of them involving children. All but 8 states have logged at least one measles case this year, according to the CDC. 3 people, 2 of them children in Texas, have died.
Mind you, right, this is only the beginning. This gets worse. This doesn't start and stay around 100 cases. This is going to get a lot worse. And it will happen in your lifetime.
Progressively so.
Absolutely. In an exponential way. Right? Unless if we actually get vaccines. But I mean, we'll have to see the damage first before we go, which will ultimately mean, like, you know, lots and lots of dead kids for no reason.
So this debate continues. Still a lot more debate, a lot more discussion to happen before any changes can be made here in Florida. Anna?
Yeah, and we've seen an explosion of parents wanting to homeschool their kids since COVID, and part of that was because they didn't want to vaccinate.
That's how you get anti-vaxxers.
And you wonder
what?
That's how you get anti-vaxxers.
Homeschooling. Yeah, of course. Yeah, they can teach them that evolution is fake and God made everything and Noah's Ark was real. It'd be so good.
Now there's going to be homeschooling on the other side of this debate as well. Brooke, thank you so much. It's a tricky story. Thank you.
Thank you for
watching.
watching.
The other side of the debate.
Wow, kill me.
The one where people die, you know, because of not getting vaccinated.
Related video. Here you go. Enjoy this. This is the Florida Surgeon General. You know, the guy that's kind of responsible for telling people what to do with their health. Let's listen to what he has to say about vaccines.
The Florida Department of Health, in partnership with the governor, is going to be working to end all vaccine mandates in Florida law. All of them. All of them.
Yeah, we're gonna die.
Yay, I want to die. Let's all die. Yay. Yo, you know, have you seen the new presidency that's lining up for advocacy? We have here. You can be the contact for. Contact your representative for like Mr. Measles.
In the good old USA.
This is music. This is the movement is spreading. This is here. I'm back. Vote Mr. Measles for America. Spreading our movement to every child, every community, and every corner of this great nation. Awesome. Let's get Mr. Measles back in, guys. Who's in? Let's do it, everybody.
Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery.
Guys, vaccines is when slavery, obviously. Don't you know that's how this works?
Of course, everybody knows that.
Vaccine equals slavery.
I mean, he's a black guy. He when he says this, we need to trust him because he's a black guy.
All right, hold on. I'm getting a friend request. Who is this person? I don't know who this person is. All right, let's continue.
I think
as
it's
a
Mr.
government,
Measles is trying to
or
contact
anyone
you.
else, or who am I as a man standing here now to tell you what you should put in your body?
Who am I?
You're the fucking guy that should say that.
Also, yeah,
You're the Surgeon
You're
General.
exactly.
You're literally the guy. Like, literally the guy. That has
You're
to do
the
that.
dude that's supposed to be telling people what to put in your body. You fucking idiot.
Who am I to tell you?
Yay! I love dead people. My dead kids. I want to kill my kids. Fucking idiots.
What your child should put in your body. I don't have that right.
Actually,
You're the only guy that
sir,
has that right.
if I may be so bold, you're the Surgeon General. You literally have that exact right. You have that
Don't
option.
call him bold, okay?
If
Don't call him
if
bold.
I may be so bold. That's funny.
Like him, don't be bold like him, because his type of boldness also implies stupidity.
Yeah, I wonder how he feels about abortion when he says your body, your choice.
Your body is a
in that
gift
case,
from
your
God.
body, my choice.
What you put into your body,
that's up to you. Also, don't take any after pill.
what you put into your body is because of your relationship with your body and your God.
Yeah, and you know what? I bet you could meet God a lot sooner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know,
I hate
people
these
will
people.
say you met God, but you
I
just
hate
be
these
dead.
people. Hold on a sec. So let's take a look at the comments.
I don't have that right. Government does not have that right. They want you to believe they have that right.
Kill me, dude. Kill me. Let's see here. So he is saying your body, your choice. I cannot believe he said, who am I to tell you what you should put in your body? You're the Surgeon General. That's literally your job. Make polio great again. I love that.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Protect the children. Dude, it's so dumb. I hate these people. So the government will give women the right to choose? Absolutely not. Why would they? They'll never give you the right to choose. Can't believe he went to Harvard Medical School. Imagine.
I mean, his license should be nullified. Like, honestly, it's like you're not a medical doctor if you do something like that.
I bet you his medical doctorate probably was taken away from him. It probably
your
was.
Hippocratic oath should just tell you, do no harm. Like, literally what he's doing
is the
is
Florida
harm.
Surgeon General. That is Dr. Joseph A. Lapato. Okay, Joseph A. Lapato. Did his medical license get revoked?
Isn't his name Lobato?
Florida Surgeon
like
Lapato's medical
lobotomizer?
license has not been revoked, though some critics and outside physicians have filed complaints or called disciplinary action regarding his
There you
public
go.
health stances on COVID-19 guidelines. His medical license remains active and in good standing. Wow. How about that? If you wonder whether or not that your career is going to go nowhere, just remember, Joseph Lapato has an MD. Okay.
Yeah. And a PhD, by the way.
He's got a PhD, guys.
He
He's
has
a
a
medical
PhD.
doctorate and he's got a PhD. This guy's telling you that it's now up to you to take the vaccines. What a dick, dude. What an actual clown, bro. Bring back, dude, I'm saying a candidate like any other. We vote Mr. Measles, everybody. Everybody, let's get the measles agenda back in. What a clown.
Give measles
Anyway.
a chance, man.
Let's see. We got all right, so that's our vaccine section. I had a full crash out on this. And measles.
I mean, dude,
All right.
it's yeah. That's like a national security concern. Like, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're just kind of like, you know, we're just taking it in strides. We're just gonna wait. We're just gonna wait for like the impending dead kids epidemic. Anyway, it's fine. Whatever.
My problem with guns is I don't buy either side's arguments completely, right? So the conservative argument is that guns are written in the Constitution because the founding fathers thought if all the citizens have guns, then the government will have to do what they say, or else the people will rise up and fight the government, right? Which is a legitimately great idea in the 1700s. But thinking that at some point they may need to take on the American military, and they think they have a shot, right? Which is why I'm proposing we test their theory and once a year have a head-to-head showdown.
Yeah, please. They got
that's gonna help.
Yeah, this is where I say, like, you gotta raw milk yourself. That's it, man. You believe in this stuff, raw milk yourself, please.
Say 100 members of the NRA versus, I don't know, 2 members of the military. Broadcasted on Fox, Christmas Day.
Oh, boy.
Let's go down to the field of battle, meet one of our NRA combatants. Sir, what's your name? What kind of weapon do you work with? And he's like, my name's Andy Baker, and I got an AR-15, wearing Kevlar head to toe. Andy, how confident are you, scale 1 to 10? Fucking a million. We're gonna check in with the military real quick, and they cut to one guy by himself in a bunker, and he's like, my name's Staff Sergeant Jeremiah Walker. And they're like, Jeremiah, what kind of weapon you work with? And he's like, look, I don't know if this is fair, but I'm working with a drone. As you can see on this monitor here, the NRA fellas are actually in just one big cluster. So I'm gonna, we started, all right? All right, yeah, so I'm gonna hit this button right here. Yeah, now they're all dead. That'll do it for this year's NRA.
It's so true. I don't know why they think that they could like uprise against the United States government. I'm like, bro, dude, we'd be so cooked.
They're just delusional. They're just delusional.
Let's see here. All right, we got more videos coming up. Looks like we got some coming from Daniel Hume. We got some from Trey. We got some from Witch. Let's take a look at Daniel Hume's. Tim Pool, fence.
I mean, these are longer.
These are longer. That's okay. I don't mind.
I try to be.
Oh, by the way, we are taking phone calls. Phone number 202-998-5218. By the way, did you know, Daniel, that Tim Pool was caught having collected money from the Russian government to spread pro-Russia propaganda?
He was a victim, as he clearly made it obvious for everybody. He was a victim, right? He was a victim that received hundreds of thousands of dollars as a victim. Okay, he did not know what was happening. He was a victim, Amanda. I don't know why
now hear me out, right? In fact,
Daniel,
I am a very wealthy Bulgarian libertarian banker, and I believe in your cause. So I'm going to give you $100,000 a week.
There you go. I mean, it's like it can
like an absurd amount of money. Like so much money. You're just like, what?
We agree?
What do you mean?
Amanda,
I'm just a podcaster with a hat.
It can happen to anybody to get victimized.
I got news for you, man.
By being, can you imagine the hurt of being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars by this random guy that you've never heard about?
Well, I tell you what, I think if somebody came up to me and said, I'm going to pay you $100,000 a week to do blank, I don't care what it is, I would need to know where that's coming from.
Well, again,
like that's not an open and shut.
I don't know, man.
Case,
I think
right?
you're bad faith, Amanda.
You think? Yeah. I got
your bad faith.
All right, let's take a look and see Tim Pool, fence sitter.
Careful, precise with my language, the words I use, because I want to make sure when people hear what I'm saying, they genuinely understand the ideas behind what I'm saying.
I'm sure.
Have you ever listened to centre-left liberal journalist Tim Pool on YouTube and come away with the impression that although the guy talks for a long time, the genuine ideas behind what he's saying never seem all that clear? It's not that Tim is inarticulate or incapable of expressing his ideas, but more that the explanations he gives are so dense, meandering, and convoluted that they have the effect of muddying up what he's trying to say rather than making things any clearer for the audience. To give you an example of what I mean, check out the opening of this video he made where he starts by claiming he's unearthed official proof that when companies get woke, they go broke.
Get woke, go broke, officially confirmed by new data. This is from Purdue University, April 15th. Confirmation of hidden facts, something most people have claimed. This idea that when businesses try to get woke, they go broke.
So he has got official evidence proving that, as he said, when businesses try to get woke, they go broke. All right, let's go. Let's hear it.
Now, it's not actually true, unfortunately.
Wait.
What?
That's classic team.
What?
What? It's
Beam
not
tool.
true? Rewind the tape.
Get woke, go broke, officially confirmed by new data.
So it's been officially confirmed, but it's not true. That's an incredibly confusing way of reporting information.
It probably in some regard is true to a certain extent, and this data does confirm it to a certain extent.
Oh, so it is true and confirmed to a certain extent.
To a certain
and the data
extent.
kind of confirms it to a certain extent.
But the reason I say it's not true is not to claim that it's I should rephrase that. It's not black and white is a better way to say it. So it is, I would say, more likely to be true for obvious reasons, but it's not absolute. That's probably a better way to put it, because
you'll say anything, won't you? Words don't mean a thing to you, do they?
Do you see what I mean when I say the way Tim Pool presents information is confusing? It's like he's presenting the news in the form of a riddle, and you've got to get past his word tricks and mind games to get to the bottom of what he actually means. When I heard Tim say that he tries to be precise with language so that people can genuinely understand the ideas behind what he's saying, I thought to myself, that does not map on to my experience of listening to you speak. If anything, the way Tim Pool uses language seems precisely engineered to not be clear, to not be direct, to beat about the bush endlessly for whatever reason. You can peep a more recent video Tim made about Trump's attempts to overturn the results of the 2020 election and observe the same overabundance of explanation, but a complete lack of clarity. Imagine a barometer which displays on one side the proposition that Trump's overturning efforts are a massive illegitimate waste of time, and on the other side, the proposition that Trump is on some sort of unprecedented path to victory. You'll find that although these two perspectives are completely irreconcilable and contradictory, Tim swings from one to the other and back again in an almost comically contradictory style.
Alan Dershowitz says,
can I just say,
Trump.
I never watch Tim Pool. I don't watch any of these right-wing podcast bros. Like they're like poison for the brain. I don't
what
watch
do you mean
these
right
people.
wing? He's a center-left guy. Hello?
Is he?
Hello?
I've always thought he
Of
was a
course not.
right-winger.
No, obviously he's a right-winger. He LARPs as being like center-left or whatever the fuck.
What does Tim
You
Pool
know, he's like a
believe?
classical liberal,
Let's see.
which is just a conservative.
I mean, again, this is an AI overview, so take it with you. Tim Pool is an American political commentator who describes political origins as center-left or lapsed Democrat, but he is widely categorized as right-wing or part of the populist right. His commentary focuses heavily on distrust of mainstream media, cultural issues, and opposition to progressive politics. So a right-winger. Frequently criticizes mainstream media outlets. Yeah, because you can't trust mainstream media. You got to trust Joe Rogan, I guess.
Only him.
Accusing them of pushing false narratives, identity politics, and biased agendas. No, it's just called when you're stuck in fact world, you end up more left wing, it turns out. While he previously expressed support for figures like Bernie Sanders in 2016, he shifted rightward over concerns about the left moving further progressive, ultimately backing Donald Trump in 2020 and 2024 elections. Wow. He's got that center-left Russian oligarch money.
Yeah, I mean,
he got that
that's what happens to
center-left
victims,
Russian
man.
oligarch money. So true. Strongly opposes online censorship, like big tech moderation, advocating for absolute free speech on digital platforms. Absolutely horrible. I think like there's like a level of stochastic terrorism.
I
that,
can
like,
tell you
there's
for
a
sure
level
that
of responsibility.
everything you read thus far, I can guarantee you that if he's talking about it, you wouldn't be able to say on which side of issue he stands on.
Yeah, classic. Absolutely.
I mean,
classic.
just this video is really good. Like, like it really
is it?
Like, yeah, it makes you understand exactly what Tim Pool is and who he is.
I actually have to adjust something in my overlay. Web, what is it? Webhook? No, it's not webhook. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Web. Give me a moment. Hold on. It won't only take me a moment. Just give me a second. Thing where you can. Let me see. I'm trying to. Oh my God, hold on. The Stream Kit overlay. That's it. I found it. Okay, got it. Let me see here. Give me a second. I got to do something. I got to make it an adjustment. If I don't do it now, it's never going to get done. You got to do a voice widget.
Okay, you know better.
Can't connect to the Discord client. What? Allow. What? Can't connect to the Discord client. Control F5. Come on. Install for OBS. Chat. Voice. Here we go. Selecting the server. It's going to be... where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'm looking. Let's see. There it is. Channel. It's going to be... Where is it? Where is that channel? Oh, does it not show up? Oh, no. Wait, it should be here somewhere. Hold on. It's not there. Jeez. I'll deal with it later. It's fine. Anyway, let's continue.
Will win. Is it possible? 100% it is possible. But I'm not saying the chance of him actually pulling it off are 100%. No, it's astronomical. Maybe not astronomical, and maybe not a lottery ticket, but I'm not going to bet on this, okay? Maybe it's just wishful thinking of people sitting here saying, Trump can still win, Trump can still win. And maybe he can't. He can still win, but maybe he won't is a better way to put it. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe they're right. It's just all weird.
Not only are the implications of Tim's reporting unclear,
Holy
he seems
crap.
purposefully obtuse in the way he presents things, as if he doesn't want to commit to anything with solid implications either way. Tim's equivocating,
hilarious.
filibustering tendencies are in large part what has led him to having a reputation amongst his own audience as a milquetoast fence-sitter. To define what those words mean, milquetoast means a timid or feeble person, someone who is bland and inoffensive at all times, and a fence-sitter is someone who supports both sides in a disagreement because they don't want to annoy or offend anyone. It's not a nice thing to be called. At first, when Tim's viewers labelled him as a fence-sitter, it was meant as a genuine criticism of his reporting style. They perceived Tim's constant dithering between contradictory positions as cowardice, him not being bold enough to take
Sounds
a
about
stand
right.
for the things he actually
pretty cringy.
believed in.
Yep.
However, as time has gone on and Tim's
extremely.
reporting has taken on a far more partisan tone, particularly during the 2020 election where Tim threw his support behind the right-wing Republican Party spearheaded by Donald Trump.
I'm voting Trump. and I'm probably just going to go Republican across the board. I'm done. I'm done playing games. I don't care.
I observed the change taking place where Tim's audience began using the phrase milquetoast fence sitter not as an insult, but rather as a term of endearment, a defense of Tim as a reporter. Particularly when Tim would be accused of political bias or extremism for the overconfident videos he was making in support of Donald Trump.
I think we might be seeing a 49-state landslide.
Viewers of Tim Pool's channel would adamantly defend him by reasserting that he was in fact a milquetoast moderate reporter, whose views only seemed radical to those who were so far left they'd lost all touch with reality. A particularly interesting component to this situation is that Tim himself started to use fence sitting as a personal badge of honor in defending his reporting style.
They accuse me of operating in bad faith, and I am milquetoast fence sitter, tepid, lukewarm, all of these things. They're actively trying to suppress independent media, even from milquetoast fence sitters like me. My videos have been taken down, and I'm the milquetoast fence sitter guy. They want you to hold a negative view of me as if I've done something wrong. Sorry, man. There's a reason why people call me a milquetoast fence sitter.
The fact that Tim Pool would repeatedly lay claim to fence sitting as a core part of his identity raises interesting questions about what the label of being a fence sitter actually means when it comes to Tim Pool videos, and also leads one to wonder why a reporter of Tim's stature would want to embrace fence sitting, given its oftentimes negative implications. In this video, we're going to have a look at some Tim Pool content, some of his fence sitting arguments, and hopefully by the time we're done, we'll have made it to the middle of his fence sitting fortress and discovered what it truly takes to be political YouTube's eternal man in the middle. And of course, I'm going to run some bangers too. Are you mad?
The eternal man in the middle.
Cool. Cool song. Tim Pool, fence sitter. I got a fence sitter that I know on Discord. I think you know who I'm talking about. Do you know who I'm talking about? Do you know?
Cool.
Von Clausewitz.
I mean,
do you know him?
Do you know? I haven't really talked a lot with him.
Ultimate fence sitter.
I know him.
Ultimate fence sitter. It's the most annoying thing ever. It drives me crazy. Anyway, let's continue.
Let's start by looking at this video from 2018. CNN's Anderson Cooper only consumes Soylent. To give you some background context to this, Tim published this video at a time when there was a popular meme going around right-wing online spaces that left-wing men were consuming soy, and those soy products were transforming left-wing men into effeminate girly boys.
Now, let's talk about soy boys. What's a soy boy?
Mind you, right, this has been completely debunked, just for anybody who's like still on the fence about this. Soy and the estrogen that exists in soy does not synthesize the same way as like actual estrogen for humans. These are two different things.
Typically, soy boy refers to, male feminists and left-wing men who consume too much soy, and because soy has phytoestrogens that...
Good example, sodium will kill you if you take it. Chloride will kill you if you take it. Sodium chloride, yummy, yum, rock. I don't make the rules.
That makes men effeminate.
This video constitutes a pretty good microcosm of the convoluted way in which Tim does his reporting. I don't know if this is the sort of thing you'd catch listening to him on the fly, but there is no statement he makes that he doesn't end up undermining, contradicting, or completely walking back by the time he's finished speaking. For example, he starts by saying he doesn't actually believe soy feminizes men, and authoritatively quotes a scientific study to back up his position.
Soy has phytoestrogens that makes men effeminate. But my understanding is that's actually factually incorrect.
That's correct. Yes, it is factually incorrect. In fact, we can pull it up here. Soy does not feminize men. Extensive clinical research and large meta-analysis show that consuming soy does not lower testosterone, raise estrogen, or affect sperm or semen quality in human males. It's just not the case. It just doesn't do what people say it does. It just doesn't. Okay. It is what it is. Anyway.
Even in high doses, we found no evidence that the estrogen-like compounds in soy called isoflavones stimulate cell growth or other markers for cancer risk in breast tissue.
Okay, so the soy thing is completely made up. Study proves this. Case closed. But then in the next sentence, Tim immediately backs away from the findings he just read out.
That's so annoying.
Saying, sorry, I actually don't know anything about this. I just did a quick Google search.
Well, this study, I gotta admit, is just it's a cursor. I just did a quick Google search and pulled something up. But there's a bunch of other studies, so I recommend reading it.
Tim definitively cited that study as a credible answer to the question at hand. But just 2 seconds later, he's backtracking, diminishing what he just said and undermining the scientific findings which he himself decided to present for this news segment. Next, Tim moves on to say that the idea of the soy boy is just a joke, and most people don't actually believe it.
I think when it comes to the idea of the soy boy, it's mostly a joke. Most people recognize that soy isn't actually turning dudes into effeminate, weirdos.
But then, in the next sentence, Tim highlights an InfoWars video from Paul Joseph Watson and says that Paul has data showing that soy does turn men into effeminate weirdos.
Oh boy!
But I'm pretty sure Paul Joseph Watson has a video where he goes over data showing that it does.
So it's another very strange presentation of information here. Tim tells us that nobody actually believes soy feminizes men, but then hates...
Guys, the scientists say it doesn't do that at all, and then insert podcast here says that it does. I mean, who do you believe? I mean, we can't tell. It says right here, one guy says it does. There's no way. We have no idea.
Hastily presents the contrary information that a YouTuber has shown with data that it does.
Hear me out, Daniel, right? Hear me out, right? So, I was, I was talking to Warren Buffett, and he told me what I should do to invest in my stocks. And he basically said, I need to go after, stocks that consistently derive a profit. And then I left the Berkshire Hathaway building, and I got in a taxi driver, and you know what he said? No, you don't want to listen to you don't want to listen to him. Instead, what you should do is invest in crypto. Trust me. I know what I'm talking about. This guy is just a shill. You shouldn't listen to him. And, I couldn't tell who
I have money to invest right now. And based on the information that I'm getting right now from you, I don't know what I should do with the money, because both sources have the same
those are equal.
Weight.
Gotcha. Yeah,
They're equal.
I had the same thought.
And to fully grasp the bizarreness of the contradiction Tim is weaving here, have a closer look at the language he uses. When he says most people recognize soy doesn't feminize men, the fact that he used the verb recognize implies something about his own stance on the issue. To recognize something is to acknowledge a truth, to realize something which is already valid. So we are given the deliberate impression that, like the most people Tim talks about, he doesn't believe the soy myth to be true. But then look at his choice of language over here in the very next sentence that comes out of his mouth. Paul Joseph Watson's video argues the counterfactual...
Who is Paul Joseph Watson? Who is Paul?
He used to be like a very prominent right-winger years ago.
Who is Paul Joseph Watson? Paul Joseph Watson is a British right-wing YouTuber, commentator, and conspiracy theorist. He rose to fame as an editor and leading figure for InfoWars, the American conspiracy website run by Alex Jones. So this actual freaking clown... wow, yeah, holy crap. So just to be clear, right, he's outside of the Bilderberg conference. That's weird. That's a weird. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking scientist Paul Joseph Watson. You can't
tell, man.
Too much information. I can't tell who to trust. Fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Narrative.
I mean, there's a scientist with like hundreds of research papers, but Joseph Paul Watson,
Shut up.
has like a YouTube video. He has a video, Amanda.
Shut up. You
sound
like a shill. You sound like you're
like a fascist. You don't want people to see real information.
No wonder. I figured it out. You're a chemist. You're with big science.
Big science. Big chemical.
You're with
does feminize men, something which Tim believes to be incorrect. However, despite this, Tim frames Paul not as someone claiming an opposing narrative to his own or alleging something which is false, but rather Paul showing it with data. Again, there are logical implications to the language Tim uses here. You don't describe someone as showing something with data if you know they're incorrect. It's a choice of language which demonstrates Tim ascribing legitimacy, framing Paul's video as a credible information source which he finds compelling. So, panning back out to the overall picture of what Tim has achieved with his monologue in the span of 10 seconds, he, in one moment, positions himself as someone who disbelieves the idea that soy feminizes men, to the point where this truth is so blindingly obvious that those who disagree are dismissed as being a distinct minority who nobody should concern themselves with. And then, he instantly repositions himself as someone who finds the idea that soy feminizes men perfectly legitimate, credible, and believable, with data backing it up.
By the way, just a conspiracy theorist who says he has data.
Video, he says that drinking soy makes you less likely to grow breasts.
The addition of high levels of dietary soy isoflavones tended to block estrogen effects in breast tissue. So I can say this: you are less likely to grow breasts if you drink soy products.
What?
Apparently.
But then in the next sentence, Tim is telling viewers that he's read some stories about
It wouldn't
men
have any effect. It doesn't affect you.
Drinking soy and getting estrogen effects.
There are some stories I read about guys who started consuming soy products and started getting, like estrogen effects.
So,
oh yeah, sure.
Drinking soy makes you less likely to grow breasts, but also Tim has heard stories of men drinking soy and getting estrogen effects, which to me sounds like they did grow breasts. Tim finally concludes his video by saying that if you consume too much soy...
because a phytoestrogen is exactly the same as a human estrogen. Yeah, these are the exact same thing.
Of course.
It may have an impact and feminize you.
And if you consume a ton of soy, although it's less potent, you're basically hitting every single receptor with a barrage nonstop. In which case, if you consume too much, it may actually have an impact.
Phytoestrogens.
So you might now be getting a sense of the whiplash of Tim Pool's reporting. The way he did this back and forth between mind-boggling contradictory statements. He tells us categorically that soy doesn't feminize people, but hold up, he hasn't really looked into it yet. Then he says the idea of the soy boy is just a joke, no one believes it's scientifically true. But wait, Paul Joseph Watson has a video with data showing it is scientifically true. Then Tim says soy makes you less likely to grow breasts, but on the other hand there are stories of men drinking it and getting some feminine estrogen effects from doing that activity. How well has Tim done here at giving his viewers a clear, factual insight into soy and its biological effects on the male body? I would say that Tim has presented this topic with the exact level of straight-talking clarity he is capable of within his fence-sitting framework, which is to say, none. If we're looking at what the scientific literature shows, there's just no evidence of soy having any feminizing effect on people. Meta-analyses conducted specifically on men have found that even when soy is consumed over extended periods of time, and in volumes exceeding typical intake in countries like Japan, where they eat a lot of soy, it doesn't do anything to male hormone levels. I don't think these scientific findings would be clear to you from watching Tim Pool's video. Half the statements he makes point you in the exact opposite direction, legitimizing this idea that there is some womanly magic contained in soy products.
I didn't even realize that this is what Tim Pool does. Is this really like how he got, is this how he got as big as he did?
Yep. It's part of it.
That's so annoying. Why not just like have a position and stick with it? I don't know. You probably piss off half your audience. That's the problem. I think that's probably the problem. Like if you want to be big, you basically got to act like that you're a fence sitter and then you can get really big, or I don't know.
That viewers need to have a keen awareness of. The Paul Joseph Watson video, which Tim referenced as a data-driven information source, is a deeply confused mix of quack science from bodybuilders, unfounded health claims from new age nutritionists, and
Dude, new age nutritionists, they piss me off something special, bro. I gotta tell you. They really piss me off. What do you think of them?
About what? Sorry?
Oh, the new age health experts.
Oh, with like alternative medicine and all that bullshit.
Yeah, they piss me off.
I don't believe in alternative
special,
medicine.
They do.
Medicine is medicine.
True.
There's no such thing as alternative medicine.
True.
If it works, it's medicine. If it doesn't work, it's not medicine.
True.
So alternative medicine just means it's some bullshit that I'm giving you,
Absolutely.
just to make money.
100%.
academic blog post, which Paul subsequently claimed was all just a big joke or a meme. And the stories Tim says he's personally read about men consuming too much soy and getting estrogen effects, that's a claim which is exceptionally vague, with no sources given, which is just incredibly poor journalistic form. So what does this video show us about the fence sitting Tim engages in whilst reporting the news? Well, true to the essence of fence sitting, Tim is pandering to both sides of an argument. On the one hand, the idea that soy feminizes men, and on the other hand, the proposition that soy feminization is a scientifically inaccurate myth. But I think it's worth reflecting on the nature of these two opposing viewpoints. One of them is vindicated by scientific literature. It meets the threshold for validity insofar as we can expect any scientific claim to be valid until such a point the research might show a signal in the opposite direction. The other position Tim panders to is supported by what? An InfoWars video where a guy speaks in a gay chipmunk voice.
Soy isn't healthy? Okay, but I'm literally using it as a dairy sub.
Bruh. Are you serious? And it's like Paul Joseph Watson, bro. Like, dude, we just looked this guy up. This guy's just a conspiracy theorist. How do you sit there and look at like the academic body of research and then look at a conspiracy theorist and then go, oh yeah, those are the same thing? That's like so brain rotted, dude.
Substitute, so what's your point? Soy boy.
And Tim Pool's own personal unsourced anecdotes. Two extremely shaky foundations which immediately crack under scrutiny. However, this massive discrepancy between the evidence presented on either side of the debate, which is extremely clear when you dig into the evidence, that is totally lost in Tim Pool's pontificating stream of consciousness. As a result, scientifically illiterate nonsense emerges from Tim Pool's reporting, being given the same weight and credibility.
This mirror effect is really funny. I'm just gonna say it's very funny.
As claims vindicated by scientific research. Therein lies an interesting problem. If you're a fence sitter and you set the parameters of your fence around an unfounded conspiracy theory, your reporting essentially functions to legitimize that conspiracy theory. And this is something you're going to see more of as we dig further into Tim Pool's videos. Let's take a look at another Tim Pool video which is illustrative of the same problem. Hillary Clinton is the new 2020 Democratic frontrunner. This is not a joke. Tim released this video in December 2019, 1 year ahead of the 2020 presidential election, in which, memorably, Hillary Clinton never ran as a candidate. Tim wanted to tell his audience about a theory he'd been working on.
Here's my working theory on Hillary Clinton. All these other candidates are failing, right? Joe Biden has now lost his edge. I think they're going to say, you know, we don't have a strong enough candidate. We need a real leader. Joe Biden isn't up to it. You've seen his gaffes. Elizabeth Warren is fizzling out. We need a moderate voice. How about Hillary Clinton? I think that's the play.
So Tim's assessment is that behind closed doors, the establishment is lining up Hillary Clinton.
I think, like, if I'm not mistaken, like Hillary Clinton was just like, she just felt that she couldn't win because she was a woman, which is true. And as a result, she's like, forget it. I give up. I'm not going to even try anymore.
To run as the real Democratic candidate in 2020, replacing Joe Biden because he's making too many gaffes. What evidence does Tim have for believing this? Well, he highlights that Hillary Clinton is being included in 2020 election polls. Why would she be included in the polls unless the elites are trying to test her popularity to see if they can insert her into the race?
This new Harvard poll, in my opinion, is being done to see if there's a door open for Hillary because Hillary wants to run. I really do. Why would they include Hillary Clinton in this poll? She's not running. They want to know if people would support her.
Additionally, Tim reports to his followers the exact manner in which Hillary will announce her candidacy, saying it will happen ahead of the Iowa or New Hampshire primary.
Just give it a moment. Just before some, like the first primary or Iowa or New Hampshire or something, she's going to say, I didn't want to do this, but the American people need me. That's what she's going to do.
Finally, Tim describes the motivations behind the plan to insert Hillary into the race, vividly describing how mentally unwell Joe Biden is.
Joe Biden can't keep his... first of all, he doesn't know where he is. And I really mean this. It's not a gaffe at this point, right? And other people have pointed this out. Joe Biden, it is not a gaffe. When he says Iowa instead of New Hampshire and Minnesota instead of New York or whatever.
I wonder if he says this about Donald Trump. Does he say this about Donald Trump, Daniel? Or no?
Of course not. He loves him.
He loves Donald Trump.
He's never.
Because
He would
Russia
never say that about his
would have
favorite
liked
love boy.
Donald Trump to win and not Kamala Harris, because they knew how bad it would have been for them if Kamala Harris
Yeah,
took
but
office.
keep in mind this one was about the 2020 election, because this one is like an older video.
Gotcha. Just bonkers.
Whatever. That's not a gaffe, dude. He literally doesn't know where he is because he does it almost every time. And then he tries to like save face, but dude, the guy's out of it.
So at this stage, Tim has 1. reported that he thinks the establishment are planning to run Hillary Clinton, 2. given definitive evidence in the form of polls which include Clinton's name even though she's not running, 3. described how and when Clinton will announce her candidacy, and 4. ascribed the motivations behind the plan to insert her into the race. The establishment need her because Joe Biden is mentally ill. So, as a Tim Pool viewer watching...
By the way, y'all, we are still taking calls. Phone number 202-998-5218. If you want to call in and have a discussion, I'm right here. More than happy to have a discussion with you.
It's not far-fetched to assume you'd believe what Tim is suggesting as a not just plausible, but likely outcome. In the comments section, you can see that this is the case. All these people are being swept along by the excitement of an incoming Hillary Clinton nomination that Tim, through his reporting, has conveyed as all but guaranteed. But, despite the whole narrative we've just seen Tim build, through his arguments, through the evidence he presented, through the absolute confidence with which he conveyed everything, in the same video, there are random moments where Tim, inexplicably, scrambles back to the fence and steps away from the bold claims that he himself has portrayed as an inevitability.
Look, man, let me be real. I'm not entirely convinced she will run. So I gotta be honest, I'm leaning towards, I really don't think Hillary Clinton will run. At this point, it's too late. I don't think she'll be running. I don't necessarily want to read through all of this other rehashed speculation about what's going on.
So, in the same video where we have Tim saying that the establishment are planning to run Hillary Clinton, that the polls show them gearing up to do this, and that there is a guaranteed monologue Hillary will drop when she announces her candidacy ahead of the Iowa or New Hampshire primary, in a stunning turn of events, Tim declares that, actually, none of what he said will actually happen. He doesn't think there'll be a Hillary Clinton run. It's too late anyway. He doesn't want to speculate on these things. All of this, the passionate argument for the secret Hillary Clinton nomination and the dismissive argument against, all of it occurs in the span of a 15-minute news segment. It's as if there are 2 tiny journalists in Tim's brain, working from the same bits of information, but arriving at opposite conclusions, and they both have access to levers which they can pull to operate Tim's mouth, and neither of them is managing to retain full control of him, so he's spurting off statements in opposite directions.
So I think what's really happening is there is a strong possibility Hillary Clinton does run. I don't think she'll be running. I don't.
One persona that Tim is performing as fiercely believes
so
Hillary will be
weird.
running as the Democratic candidate,
What a weird
and he has all this
thing.
evidence to back it up. But Tim's other persona
Is this
thinks that
this whole video is about the fact that he's a fence sitter?
Yep. It's just about like his opinions about like, all these things.
I'll tell you what,
zero
I kind of want to switch it up a little bit. I'm thinking of trying some super ghouls and ghosts again. What do you think?
Whatever you want, man.
Have you seen Super Ghouls and Ghosts?
I don't think so.
Have you ever played Super Ghouls and Ghosts?
Nope.
Okay. It's hard. It's really hard.
Oh, if you say so.
I'd like to beat it. I would like to, but I have no hope. But we're gonna try anyway.
Why don't you have any?
Because it's hard. It's hard. You don't know this game?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, we got a princess and we got the knight. Hey, we got Rob, AWOL's friend, who's calling in. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's happening, First?
What's up?
How are you, sir?
What you want to talk about, Rob? I'm doing good.
All right. What's the topic of the day?
Oh, I don't know. We're just faffing.
This wishy-washy guy.
Yeah, we're just faffing. We're just messing around.
I think this guy, he just kind of, he goes after people who aren't too bright. And what he does, he try to make some credibility by giving you information that makes sense. And like I'm not claiming it, but then he comes back around it. So if you desperately want to believe it, he gives you something that you might consider credible if you want to, bright, or just gullible, or just want to believe it.
Yeah.
And he gives them enough to hang around too. So he just kind of gives them, he does it that way. So if somebody come on and say, "You're so ridiculous, I can't believe it." Well, no, I did say, if you listen to my whole show, you'll see that I did say that I don't believe that's true.
Yeah.
Or
yeah. Great way to defend yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing.
It just seems kind of cowardly, in my opinion. It's like, why don't you just have your principles and hold up to those principles? I find that very important in my eyes. Right. If you're not willing to uphold your own principles and you just, fence sit on a position, it's a bitch move. It's a bit of a bitch move.
It is.
And I say this as someone who's LGBT, so that says a lot.
But what do you think about the resignation yesterday?
The resignation?
Or was that today? Yes.
Karoline Leavitt. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, she said it was because of her family, but I don't believe a freaking word that any of these people say.
Did the family just exist? Did the family just come out the woodwork?
Exactly.
Was the family not there?
It's like they've been doing this for like months, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they just go, "Oh, by the way, I'm gonna go do this other thing," and I'm just like, was
her family not there the weekend?
You know what it could be? I don't know. I have no proof for this, so don't take it with a grain of salt. I think like Karoline Leavitt, she was probably left in danger while Donald Trump was being like moved off in the, what was that one catering car? The catering cart?
Mm-hmm. But from my understanding, Rubio was also in the plane though.
Yeah. And I think like if Karoline Leavitt was
decoy plane.
Was Karoline Leavitt on the dangerous plane?
Yes.
Was
I think with Rubio as well though.
On the
Well, here's the thing though. They kind of had to do that because if all the it would gotten out if her and Rubio weren't on it. I think that's just too many people to not be up there.
Yeah, so we want to know if whether or not Karoline Leavitt was on Air Force One. And here, we'll pull up some.
Now, what?
This is
from my understanding, I thought they were going to sit that plane and refurbish it and clean it and do everything.
Yeah, I thought that they already did that. I thought that that was already done. Snopes is still investigating.
I thought they said it was going to take a long time, from what I understood.
Yeah, they're investigating the claim. The White House secretary said it remained on the Air Force One flight from Ankara, Turkey. The U.S. President Trump had been secretly removed due to a credible threat from Iran, per the New York Times. The rumor followed after an announcement that Leavitt was resigning from her post. This announcement happened 2 days after the New York Times report. Spokeswoman for the White House and New York Times reporter Maggie Haberman, who reported the story, both said Leavitt was not on the plane. However, we could not identify anyone who was present on that flight to confirm. For this reason, we left the claim unrated. Okay, so we're not sure.
Shout out Shifty.
We don't know.
Go ahead.
That's what I'm suspecting because it's like it happened right before.
I'm thinking that's exactly what I'm saying.
But I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
I mean,
I'm gonna have to fence it on this one.
But no, I really think that they kind of had to do it then when you couldn't take all the vital people off of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, I'm saddened. I'm saddened by this country. I'm saddened by that.
Karoline Leavitt, she was like, you know what she sounded like? She sounded like a North Korean announcer talking about Kim Jong-un. It was just wild, their ability to just fabricate and just lie to the American public so half-assedly, so candidly, and to play up the president so much. It really did feel like that it was like a North Korean, you know,
that's the thing. That's how that's what
news broadcaster.
That's part of the sadness that I see, that we have this person who in every measurable aspect, anything, he's failed. He fails in the morality question, the competency, the ability, the truthfulness, doing for the country.
Yeah.
From doing all the things that he said. I never could understand from the beginning how a person who grew up with a platinum spoon in his mouth, and people felt that he could understand and do more for the people in this nation, the working class, when he probably can't even understand it.
Yeah.
No, he's a guy who never even had to fill out an application in his life, a job application.
Mm-hmm.
He was a piss poor student, never worried about going to college. And we know that with the ego that he has, if he was a good student, he would have showed us.
True.
He would have talked about it. He would have spoke on it.
He was like, middle grade student. He did okay in, I believe he was in baseball. Though. He was in baseball. He was okay.
But in college, he was piss poor.
He was a tall guy.
Yeah.
And at the time he was good looking, right? Blonde hair, blue eyes, 6'6", big guy. Yeah. This was during in his 20s and his 30s. Yeah. He looked all right. People liked him. They were like, look at, how nice he looks. And he's like, look, and he's the son of, Fred Trump's fortune, which was a very sizable fortune.
Yeah.
It just, we didn't realize what he would become. Egotistical maniac that is tearing the entire country apart.
Same people who were just out there trumpeting the greatness of Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Just like with Trump. And they thought, there were credible people who really thought that Elon Musk was a Mensa member. Did you know that?
Sorry, what?
People thought that Musk was a Mensa member.
No, yeah.
Yes, they really truly believe that.
No.
He was this super genius. No. I'm like, listen. They said, he's an engineer. I said, okay, he's an engineer, but there are lots of engineers around the country.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Here's an engineer with an unlimited budget. He could do anything he wanted to.
I don't think Elon Musk has a degree.
Okay, but his stuff can come out and be done fast because he has the backing.
Yeah.
So there's no difference between him and another engineer. So I said he could be an average engineer. And, I had explained to speak. He could just be an average engineer, but with all the financial backing he could ever want.
Yeah.
And the sad thing about this nation is that most of the thing that we knew about Trump, everybody didn't know about the first election. But the second one, he had done it. We saw that he made his tax break went to the top 10%. Second time he went to the top 1%.
Yeah.
So we had plenty of evidence, but we just didn't want to do it.
And Trump made billions of dollars off of his crypto scheme, which apparently are going to his sons. I have no idea why he's not in jail for this, by the way. It blows my mind.
That is a clear,
total corruption
violation of the Emoluments Clause.
Yeah, absolute corruption.
And, hey, he's even talking, now he's doing insider trading in the open.
Yeah, that's all. Remember when Donald Trump was talking about all the insider trading that all the politicians were doing? They're like, oh, that's really bad. And, these people should be in jail. That was back in 2016. You could pull up videos of Donald Trump saying that. And then he ends up doing the exact thing. He's like the ultimate projection, bro. It drives me crazy.
But that's what the country wanted.
That is.
The nation.
And here we are. We got what, another 2 years of this bullshit?
Yep. And here we are in a war where we're getting humiliated.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I mean,
100%.
and his like,
Yeah.
and his priorities are just, oh, you gonna be loyal to me? You know, you could never reach this spot without me. Oh, you can be it.
Yeah.
You could be in charge of the most powerful and the largest department of this country.
Mm-hmm.
And what's your qualifications again? Okay, yeah. We're gonna need a waiver for you to get this job because you weren't qualified. You don't reach the qualification set.
Well, with Elon Musk, I don't know whether or not he's a genius or dumb or whatever. There's probably some level of intelligence there, but
Well,
I don't know.
I just said that he's an engineer, so usually some
there's some
engineers
level.
are smart.
Yeah.
That's what I said. But you can't say that. I can say he could be an average engineer, but with backing, he can do whatever.
Sure.
So the things that he's done is all about his money and buying things. So it's not like he's come up with something out of his noggin.
Well, I appreciate your call, Rob.
Yeah.
You have a great rest of your night.
Do the same, huh?
And if you guys have not hit the subscribe button, do take the time, hit that subscribe button. I appreciate you guys very much. If you have not, we've got more stuff coming. I'm going to, I don't know why. I want to beat this fucking game, bro. Can I just beat this game? Bro, just let me beat this game. All right, let's see.
I don't know, man. Can you?
Oh, crud. What's happening? All right, some demon
like a
dude just grabbed the
Metroidvania?
prison. They just grabbed the the princess, and now we got to go after him. There you go. That's the story of the game. Damn, I'm getting another call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hi, yes. I'm playing the Super Ghouls and Ghosts.
Oh shit, it's working, man.
I keep trying to pet the dog like you do, but he keeps killing me. How do I avoid that?
How do you avoid? I don't know. You got to call the Nintendo line, then they'll help you.
Yo, when you get the green armor, you have a charge attack that changes how the weapon works. All right. Because I never see you using it.
Really? Okay. Well, I'll have to figure. I haven't gotten the green armor yet. Appreciate it.
Oh, you haven't gotten it?
No, not
All
yet.
right, brother.
Peace.
Have fun. All right, bye.
All right, hold on a sec. Hold on. I gotta. Give me a moment. Just give me a sec. Let's see. I gotta put him in the contacts list. That's working, man. Let me see here.
Giving you tips
settings,
on how to play the game.
Contacts. Add new contact. And it's gonna be the working man. And then phone. There it is. Okay. All right, there we go. I added him to my contacts so that way I know it's him calling. Because he been here before. All right. Where were we? Ah, yes. All right. Oh no, Ghouls and Ghosts by Return to the EC. It's true. I want those arrows. Nope.
Nice one.
It's hard. This game's hard, bro.
I mean, it doesn't look like that for now.
It doesn't look hard?
For now, I don't know.
Yeah, right. You try this game.
What's gonna happen in the future?
You try this game, bitch. No, you know what? In fact, Daniel, you are going to try this game.
Maybe.
You got a controller?
Nope.
You got a keyboard?
I mean, I have controllers, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I can work on the PC because
Yeah,
I
you
only
can
have like what's it called? Wii control. Not Wii. Fucking hell. Switch controllers.
Switch controllers.
Yeah. I know I can make them work on the PC. I need like a piece of software that does that.
Bro, that hits me. That hits me. This fucking game is dick. This game is a dick. Rules for me and not for thee, bro. It's freaking wild how this game works. You go in here, right? And it doesn't. And it doesn't. Apparently it will not work. Oh, damn it. All right, let's just go forward. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it.
I think you died.
Working Man says the armor is hidden. You need to jump around and uncover them. Of course. All right. I have to jump around. Jump. I mean, I feel like I'm jumping around a lot. Like, I've already been jumping around. See? See how I'm jumping around and doing stuff? Cool. Cool. Awesome. I love how this item just does this lazy arc, and I can't... Ugh!
Oh, that's actually pretty great.
It's awful.
You can kill them so fast.
Oh, yeah. Real fast. Jump on those stones. Okay, I am. Great. Awesome. Okay.
I think you died again.
This is the hard part. It says return to the easy. This is the hard part? This is the beginning. What do you mean this is the hard part? This is not the hard part.
I mean, you're keeping your weapon, which is good.
I need knife.
Is knife better?
I think so. Look how like immediate it is, right? As opposed to like the freaking slow ass, just fucking terrible. You know? You know, see how fast that is? You can come in here
so
and just
you're saying it's... Yeah. It came from behind. I don't know if you saw it.
Got it.
And yeah.
It came from
also,
behind.
I think the goal is to not get hit by monsters.
Yeah, is it?
So
Thank you.
You're kind of doing it a bit wrong, I think. Because you're letting yourself be hit by monsters. And you shouldn't do that. Because there's kind of like a pattern. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, is there?
Like
is there? Wow, look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as soon
you
as
get
they
knocked
hit
back
you,
and then
more
you
than
lose all your
twice,
armor? Is that what
you're
happens?
Just dead. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, so you did notice the... and then if you notice the pattern, it's like, what are you doing? You see, it's like, again, it's the same pattern. You let yourself get hit.
Let's see. Merck
and
Man
then, boom,
says,
you die.
based Knife Man says, return to the EC. This is wild, bro. Yeah, we're going to continue. We got this. Next
we
play,
need more
Ikaruga,
exceptional gameplay
Amender.
from Amender.
Shut up, bitch.
Okay, again, it's like you're getting...
How am I supposed to do this?
Why are you letting yourself be hit by monsters?
I'm not trying to.
I mean, it kind of looks like it.
Oh my god. I'm gonna make you play this game. And then everybody's
I'm
gonna
just saying,
watch
like,
you, Daniel.
For somebody that pretends, you know, you don't want to get hit by monsters.
You sure want to get hit by
like
monsters?
You're looking for it. It kind of feels like you really like it. I'm not judging, okay? I'm not saying it's good or bad.
God.
You see? But you kind of like it.
Come on.
I like how like touching a monster just destroys all your armor.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
It's hilarious. It's just like the entirety of it.
Now you're in your boxers because you got hit. Merckman's right. I need that green armor, but I haven't found it. I think it's like I'm in a harder mode or something. I think that's what's happening.
What does the green armor do?
You can take 1 extra hit. And you got like extra special stuff. But I don't have it.
I mean, to me, it sounds like something that's for pussies.
Shut up!
Want to get hit. You should play the game not wanting to get hit. You need 0 armor for that.
I sit there, want that, need that Tanuki suit. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Money.
I bet this game you could be like a pacifist and finish this game.
Probably. I don't know. Probably. Like, why not? Probably right about that. This is awesome. Great. That was good.
Oh, yeah, amazing. Yeah. I mean, if the goal is to get hit by monsters, it was amazing.
Forever Rain says, I lie and tell them that I've developed autism after they hire me. Yeah, you can't admit that you have a disability, man. They're gonna knock you for it. They're gonna be like, oh, we can't hire this guy. They got a disability. All right, come on. No. Gotta find those chests. Damn it! Hit him, hit him, hit him. Kill dog. Hi, doggy. You're my favorite customer. Does anybody know what I'm referencing? Hi, doggy. You're my favorite customer.
Yeah, I don't know what you're referencing.
The Tommy Wiseau flower scene. Here, I'll pull it up.
That didn't really help at all.
It's very funny. It's very funny. Hold on. Hold on. This is, by the way, it's a movie called The Room, and it's legendarily terrible. And this is probably one of the most famous. It's got a bit of a cult, like definitely worth a watch if you haven't seen it before. It's hilariously bad, and this is just one scene in The Room. It's really, really funny. Here we go. Wait a minute, I gotta get content ID'd? I don't care. I'm gonna play it anyway.
You can just pause it like every 15 seconds.
Can I help you?
Yeah, can I have a dozen red roses, please?
Oh, hi, Johnny. I didn't know it was you. Here you go.
That's me. How much is it?
It'll be $18.
Here you go. Keep the change. Hi, doggy.
You're my favorite customer.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Did you see anything wrong with that scene there? I have analyzed this scene so carefully about 100 times, and I'm just going to walk you through it. Okay. Problem 1. Hi. Oh, hi, Johnny. I didn't know it was you.
I think
Hold
it was
on.
you. Yeah, no.
You didn't recognize the giant 6 foot plus tall man in full black and a long ass hairdo? You didn't like notice that? Oh, hi, Johnny. I didn't know it was you. Hi, I'd like a dozen red roses, please. Okay, here you go. All right, here you go. Keep the change. Hi, doggy. Okay, bye. Here's what I think happened. Okay. Tommy Wiseau was filming his movie, The Room, and he's like, I need a flower shop scene. So what he did is that he went to like an actual flower shop in San Diego, and he's like, please, can we film a movie in your flower shop? And then they're like, dude, I am so busy. I am so freaking busy. Ain't no freaking way. You better be like in and out in like 5 minutes, bro, because there's no other way we're going to do this. Okay, we only need like 2 camera, one there, and I'll just go in there and it'll be super fast. Okay, but I don't want to hear my voice. I don't know voices. Just get the video footage and just be done with it. Okay, that seemed reasonable. We fix in post. And then this is the scene.
Can I help you?
Yeah, can I have a dozen red roses, please?
Why do you think like the voices don't make any sense? And like the lips, it's not lip synced at all. It's not. Listen, watch it.
Can I help you?
Yeah, can I have a dozen red roses, please?
Oh, hi, Johnny. I didn't know it was you. Here you go.
It's like, what the
That's
fuck?
me. How much is it?
It'll be $18.
Here you go. Keep the change. Hi, doggy.
You're my favorite.
The first time you showed it to me, it's like I was just like, yeah, it's just like
it's like whatever.
like
but
a
no, when you really
scene,
think
right?
about
the
it,
moment you,
it
but
breaks
I was looking
my
at the
brain.
lips, like makes no sense.
My
Like,
brain.
the whole dialogue makes no
Everything.
sense.
It's so funny.
He's coming in and she says, how can I help you?
Yeah.
So she acknowledges that she saw the customer entering and he goes near her, removes the eyeglasses, and she's like, oh, it's you, Johnny. It's like, what the fuck? What do you mean it's you? What is this, like Superman and Clark Kent? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, doesn't work that way, dude.
It's so weird. It's such a
And then it's
weird.
like, I'd like a dozen roses, but then it's like the dozen roses are already prepared for him, and like
It's just wild. I just
what?
don't understand
It's
it
like,
at all.
it's like, does this guy like constantly come into the place to just buy a dozen roses, and you just have them like prepared for him like all the time?
Yeah. Like a dozen red roses. Hi, Johnny. I didn't know it was you. Such a weird scene. Anyway, like I was saying, hi, Dougie. It's such a weird.
Now I get it.
Oh, hi, Dougie. Tommy Wiseau is such a weird guy. He has his own podcast and everything. He's a legend because of this legendarily terrible movie. People thought it was really funny, and he's known. So basically, when he first made The Room, he spent over $5 million, of which still is a complete mystery as to where he got that much money. I have a feeling that he's like a part of like the Russian mafia or something. And like, he was just like, I don't want anything to do with this. I want to be movie star, you know? That's what I think happened. Seriously, I believe that. Hold on. Is that armor? Is that going to be armor? Hold on. No, that's just arrow. Anyway, so I think he's like probably part of the Russian mafia where like, I don't know, just, he was like, I don't want to do crime anymore. I want to make movie. And then he goes and he like has like a ridiculous amount of money for some reason. And then, you know, he makes his movie. He spends $5 million on it, which, by the way, would you like to know how much he made on his opening box office?
$3,000.
He made $16,000. Hey.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't that far off.
He spent $5 million and made $16,000 in his opening box office. And, but here's what's the wild part. The wild part about Johnny, or I'm sorry, about Tommy Wiseau, is that even though he's very weird and very eclectic, he's basically like a modern Ed Wood, if you will, where he's like established a cult following where people are just like, they just love him for his really, really horrendously bad movie. And so what they've done is he's actually gotten a profit from making The Room. He's made money. He's officially got money from The Room. Isn't that wild?
I mean, look, the funny thing is like there's a lot of directors just like that. You know, like people that made like some movies that were like just like awful.
Yeah.
Right? In the beginning. And then people just like, because they were so awful, they just became...
What was that one conspiracy theorist guy that always like considers himself like a messiah? What was his... He does his own movies. What was his name? I'm trying to remember. Neil Breen.
I know you're
Neil Breen.
Yeah, Neil
Dude,
Breen. Yeah,
I love
guy.
Neil Breen.
That
His
guy's
shit is
like
so funny, bro.
Like yeah.
We gotta watch a Neil Breen. I wonder if it would be like what do you think I'd get content ID'd for playing a Neil Breen film? I feel like I would not.
It depends on... Yeah, it depends on him. I don't know how like litigious he is.
Neil Breen would be
he's
great.
Not.
I would love Neil Breen.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, that guy is like, you know, whenever I'm thinking about this type of things, I'm just thinking of that guy. Because you showed it to me, right?
Yeah.
Like,
let me Google
know.
that. Would
so
I
funny.
get content ID'd on YouTube if I watched a Neil Breen film live? Let's see. Hold on. Would I get content ID'd on YouTube? We got to ask Reddit, right? Because, you know, because let's be honest. They're just going to...
Yeah.
Let's see. List of atomic... What the fuck? Reddit. Would I get content ID'd if I watched a Neil Breen? What? I'm getting some weird responses, bro. What is this? Okay, never mind. This is, I don't know. I gotta Google that further. Anyway, it's fine. I got the frickin' spear. It's the starter weapon. It's shit.
Spear.
It's shit. Honestly, like the way to
it's better than nothing.
The way to do this game is to go forward. Just stop what you're doing, whatever it is. If it's not going forward, go forward.
Exactly.
Because this game will just keep spawning enemies at you until you are blue in the face. So if the option is, you know, go forward or not, just go forward. You know, only fight things if it's in your way, you know? Because these enemies will not stop. Man, this game is laggy. All right, we're just going to go forward. Damn it. That was a terrible
I mean, the
move.
game kind of looks a bit laggy.
I mean, to be fair, this is a lot of objects for the Super Nintendo to handle. It's pretty cool, I'm not going to lie. All right. I don't like that dog there, bro.
He just waits to kill you.
All right. We're here. See? Go forward is the move.
Who would have thought?
I would kill you instantly, by the way. You gotta be on the thing.
Yeah, the wave is apparently not good.
Yeah.
Why did you let it hit you?
We're back here. Well, because I'm stupid. That's why.
Yeah. Oh, well.
You know, I deserve, you know, hatred, you know, coming my way.
You don't.
By the way, if you guys are not subscribed, do hit subscribe. And if you like what I do, then hit that like button. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Honestly, spear, not half bad. Could be worse. Could be worse. You could start with torch, which is much worse. IMO. I don't like these dogs, bro. These dogs bother me. Meow, meow, meow. Hi, doggy. Alright. Dude, fuck these dogs. He just sits there. That dog just sits there. Alright.
Yeah, what do you want him to do? Like, come on.
Fight me? I'm in my boxers. Alright. Boom. Well, that's what I get. I deserve that. I deserved that. I deserved that.
Happens, man.
Alright. Give me the 500 points. Shit. You know what I could do? You know what I could do?
Oh.
I could play Super Smash Brothers. Because I'm actually good at that game. I'm actually pretty good.
You could.
I could play it online. Oh, kick ass.
I remember.
You guys would be like, all right, I take it back. You're pretty good.
Do you remember the last time I saw you playing Super Smash Brothers?
Yeah? No?
Do you remember who you were playing it with?
Was it you? No. I think it was Bonji.
No. No.
Huh?
Nah. You have to remember. It's like, I'm not going to tell you. If you don't remember, you don't remember. It's all good.
Scaly Boy says he's very tired. Good night. Good night, Scaly Boy. Tell me. You could tell me. Why not? Tell me, bitch.
It was a guy.
Bonji.
Was that his name?
Yeah, he
The
was really.
weirdo?
He was actually. Huh?
No.
Damn it! Wait, I think we made it. That was the second level. No. We can keep playing. Please tell me we can keep playing. Come on. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Beatable, doable, chat, doable. All right. So that teaches you that mechanic. That there's a little rolly-do. That this will just adjust and then fuck you in the face. Like here. Boom. Doable? Okay, cool. That's nice. Oh, this is a dick fucking... Fuck. God. I know what it's gonna do. It's gonna fucking roll on me. Dick.
Yeah.
Amender, what
Dick
version
moves.
are you playing? Oh, SNES. Play Genesis. It's much easier and smoother. Is it?
Maybe
It's
that's the
better on
difference.
Genesis? Am I wrong? Is it really better on Genesis?
I have no idea. But I'm trusting the person.
I don't even think I have a Genesis emulator. Genesis emulator. Mega
But if it
Drive
works better on
Genesis
that one.
emulator. What's the best one? Do we have like a really good one? There's here. Let me look. Genesis Mega Drive emulator, multi-system Sega emulator. Fusion. It's called Fusion. Is Fusion any good? Looks old as shit. What about Gens? What's this look like? Is there like a good modern Genesis emulator? Because man, when Dolphin came out, the emulator, they let me see here. use Kega. Kega is quite high compatibility with Sega 32X support. Sega Genesis emulators. He just listed me the Wikipedia. Dick, bro. Dick move.
Dick move.
Blast him. I would still. If you don't use RetroArch like me. If you're on RetroArch, no. Kega hasn't been updated in a decade. Where do I find a good Blastum? Blastum? Blastum. Honestly, all right, let me just Genesis emulator. Faster processor, worst graphics, sound, and hardware? Bro, I might as well use the Super Nintendo. What? What? Which emulator should I use?
I don't know, man. It's like I don't really use emulators. So
all right, let's try Gens. We'll try Gens. Gens. See, Gens, Genesis. See, Gens. Gens, what does it look like? Dude, this shit looks like it was made in 1995, bro. Man, that ain't not good looking. Even Fusion looks old as shit. When's the last time that this was... Dude, I'm just going to keep playing on this, man. Fuck that. I'm not fucking downloading some random... Fucking who knows what the hell that shit is.
You're fine.
I'll just suffer it.
There you go.
Nice. Got the bow. Bow good. I jumped back. I pressed back. And the game was like, no.
You intended to do
Fuck
that.
you. By the way, hit like if you haven't hit like. If you like me, I don't know, raging out at old video games that nobody cares about anymore. Then I'm the channel for you. You know, I'm a frustrated video game guy.
It's like he doesn't know how to play.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what emulator to use.
I'm gonna take you
He's
back
the perfect guy to
from
follow.
the present and play video games that aren't as good.
There you go. That's all the rage right now.
Yeah. I could say that I'd rather have a large mammal take a runny shit. Yes, Rob?
Yeah, man. What are your thoughts on the DSA news around the country?
Great. I love it. It's awesome. You see what they're arguing for? For some pretty based stuff.
Some of it's insane too.
I think it's all right.
You know some of them are.
I mean,
actually...
can I just be honest with you? Like, out of the insane stuff that is happening, is it any more insane than like what the Republicans are doing right now?
Yes, because they're saying no prison.
That's not what they're saying. They didn't say that.
No.
I pulled this up. No, they did not say that.
Literally,
they did not
there's
say that.
someone
They want to
who
reform the prison system. They want to reform it so it's basically unrecognizable to what it is today, and that's what they consider an abolishment of the prisons. It's not that they're going to have
that at all. Nobody said get rid of prison.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
So they did say get rid of prisons.
No.
Did you hear one of them said that you don't want to punish rapists? Yeah.
The goal is that they want to get rid of the carceral state system.
Which is
the current prison system. They want to get rid of the current prison system as it is.
And then do what?
It is to end criminalizing survival.
At what period in human history have we not needed ways?
They would probably emphasize, like, pragmatic, reducing prisons, things like reducing prison populations or funding social services.
That's not what it said.
It's true, though.
That's not what
it's true.
they're saying.
It's true.
No, you're speculating.
I'm not skewing it. That's what they argue.
No, I said you're speculating.
I'm not speculating. That's what they say.
That's not what they said.
Oh my God,
they did
dude.
not.
He's in on the propaganda mill, bro. That's fucking wild.
Did they say?
He's in propaganda.
Did they say anything about reducing the number of prisons?
Yes.
Bring it up.
They did.
Put in. DSA member wants to get rid of prisons. See what comes.
Yeah. Okay. I've heard of the claims, right? But it's misunderstanding the point.
So that means if you look it up, it's going to come up.
Like it's reforming the whole prison system, so that way it stops being like the purpose of incarceration.
I heard the statement that you made. That is not the things that I'm worried about. Where they use rape as a specific example. You talking punishing people for doing what it takes to survive. You're talking about stealing food or whatever.
Yeah.
No one's talking about that.
Yeah. I mean, if you want, I mean, I agree with that. I'm not in favor of, letting rapists out of prison. I mean, you're not going to find me agreeing with that. But I'm going to be honest, man. Like the Trump administration wanted to pay billions of dollars, $1.776 billion out of the taxpayer funding to go to the people that wanted to create an insurrection on the United States. I'll take the fucking lack of incarceration argument. Like, I'm sorry, dude. It's not even close.
You can't. That as saying is that that Trump policy is, it still is insane to think. Where in human history has it been a society that we couldn't not have consequences?
What?
When in human history have we had society that didn't have consequences for your actions?
I mean, I'm not against consequences for your actions, but I would probably look at a rehabilitative approach.
For rapists?
What the fuck is this boss? Dude, this is a cool boss. What the fuck? That's awesome. Holy crap, we gotta hit the boss. Okay, I'm sorry. That was so cool. That was so cool. What the hell was that?
With the rapist?
Wait, I love this game. What the fuck? No, sorry. I was talking about fucking the game I'm playing.
No. Focus.
I just disagree with you here. I don't think that they're here to like get rid of prisons entirely. I think you're.
So when they say
that,
they don't mean that.
Well,
so when they say that, they
so
don't
they
mean
do
that?
mean it. They do mean it, but I'm just. I think what they want to do is reform the prison system to where it's effectively unrecognizable to what it currently is. Right? I think that's what they're referring to here. I got the green armor. Sorry. All right.
So are you so you would rather that us have society with no prison than for
I would like to see a reformed prison system. Yes.
Is that what they said though?
Yes. Yeah. Well, effectively that it would end up to the abolish that it would end up into the abolishment of prisons.
You interpreting their words.
I'm not. I'm saying that this is what they think. I've been around lots of these democratic socialists. This is the way they think.
First, if you were to say, if I was making somebody out, well, I'd like to reform the prison system. That is not a complicated statement to make.
I mean, it depends on I guess how extreme the DSA member wants to be, I suppose. I'm sure that there's more moderates that are like, oh, we want to reform the prison system, so it's effectively unrecognizable to what it currently is today.
No,
I understand.
I mean, but see, you're making that statement. You're interpreting their words. But when they didn't
I'm
say
saying
that,
some would argue that. Some would argue that.
Exactly. You're interpreting their words. You've taken the words that they said and making them palatable. So other people can accept it. But that's not what it is, though.
Okay, but I'm telling you right now that whatever they have is a hell of a lot better than what the Trump administration has to offer. I'm sorry. These are not the
There's
same.
no way a society, a nation without prisons and real consequences could be better than even giving the January 6 people money.
I mean, it's worse than that, right? It's like the fraud. It's like the erosion of like checks and balances of power. It's been really bad, man.
Yeah. I mean, getting rid of the Senate. That sounds good.
Yes.
Supreme Court. That sounds good.
I think that yes, I think that the way that the Supreme Court is currently needs to be completely redone.
I didn't say as it exists. I didn't add any caveats. I said, is that good?
Yes.
Abolishing the police. That sounds good.
Well, I think like reforming the way that the police currently operate. Yes.
Again, you're interpreting. I'm going by what
I'm just saying that that's what I think that they mean. That's what I believe that they mean.
Okay, if I use abolish, does that mean the same as reform?
Abolish, is it the same as reform? No, it's not the same.
It is not, exactly. Yeah. So, okay. And those are not difficult words. Those are not words
I understand what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're not
so if a DSA
correct?
is saying to just abolish the prisons and replace it with absolutely nothing, then yeah, I agree with you that I disagree with that. Sure.
So, but would you still vote for one of them?
Yeah, I would. As opposed to like a right-wing candidate? Yeah, absolutely.
No,
100%.
I mean, listen.
I think they have a lot better ideas than what is currently on offer right now. Right? I'm a progressive. I'm going to vote progressives, and DSA, while I don't agree with every single thing that a DSA has to offer, you know, I at least can agree. I can get down with the idea that I'm in favor of more progressive policies being passed.
But so you don't think that the harmful things that the Republicans want to do are less harmful? You think they're more harmful?
I think it's
you think it's
much
worse
more
to
harmful.
pay?
The Republicans are much more harmful than anything the DSA has to offer. Yes.
So you think having a society without prison is worse than paying January 6th as well?
Yes. I mean, it's not just the January 6ers. It's like really everything that Trump has done. I mean, he's just completely eroded away.
I mean, but you brought that up, though. I use
yeah,
that
I use it
as
an example.
Okay. So I'm using examples I use in yours as well. So what I'm saying to you is that, can you imagine any nation on earth that doesn't have a prison system? Are there any?
There is like incarceration systems, but like the way that they handle prison is a lot more empathetic, and it's designed to like get people rehabilitated.
But they didn't say
right? It's basically effectively
they
like
said
an
abolish,
apartment.
get rid of.
Okay,
abolish,
well,
get rid
I mean,
of.
you've repeated this about like 3 or 4 times now.
Because it's insanity.
We're going in circles, buddy.
But you
it's
really
not insane.
Truly,
it's not insanity. It makes perfect sense.
It's beyond insane.
It's not.
In human history, has mankind ever been above that? Has mankind ever shown you any capacity that we could exist without real consequences for our actions to keep us in check?
I don't know. I don't know.
That means no.
I mean, maybe it's possible. I don't know. I'm quite doubtful that would work. I'm doubtful
so
that
why would you
abolishing
want that?
prisons.
So why is that? So why is that an acceptable?
Because of all the other
goal for you?
policies that would work really well.
If I could go out here and commit crime,
There's a lot of policies that are really good. Would you
but
agree?
if I could commit crime consequence free, why would you want that? It would take away everything.
Yeah, nobody wants that,
Nobody
including
wants that.
DSA.
But that's what they do
I mean,
want.
the level
that,
he's misrepresenting
you don't know that.
now he's just like,
They
he doesn't
said
know
it.
jack shit about DSA.
Yeah, I mean, more extreme members, sure. But I mean, I think like what they want is a reform of the prison system to where it's not like a for-profit thing where slavery is legal. It's probably what they're referring to.
Probably what they're referring to. Again, you're interpreting.
I'm not interpreting.
You sound like those guys who Trump. Well, what Trump meant to say was.
I mean,
what Trump
there's
meant
crazy
was,
members in all parts. I don't agree with it. If someone does say that, then I don't agree with it. I don't know. I can't speak for other people. I'm sure there's people out there that say crazy things. Sure.
Right, but what I'm saying is that you sound like those Trumpers who are interpreting every time he says something foolish and fucked up, which we all know is very often.
Yeah.
And they say, well, what he meant was, and that's what you're saying. That's what they meant. No, these are simple words and simple ideas.
Yeah.
We want to abolish prison. Yeah. It's just as easy to say reform as it is to say abolish.
Yeah. All right. So it says here, that for the Democratic Socialists of America, abolishing prisons mean phasing out the current carceral penal system through deep defunding, decarceration, and the redirection of state resources towards social safety nets rather than an overnight shutdown. The group frames prison and police abolition as a long-term horizon aimed at eliminating institutions that they view as built to protect wealth and property over human life.
What they're saying is they want the safety net to cover people. That does nothing to cover people who want to go out and commit violent acts. They're talking about people who steal because they're hungry. That's not what we're talking about.
Now, it does say here that this is from Am New York, such as Mamdani drawing a line with DSA, saying that Democratic Socialist politicians have publicly distanced themselves from the literal prison and jail abolition, emphasizing standard public safety and support for municipal corrections while still working with the party, which is where I'm at.
So,
Mamdani thinks that.
Okay, that's good that there are some, you could be DSA and still have, have common sense.
Yeah,
but the fact that if you're advocating that, I can't trust you as an individual with that. And the thing is that these people are leaders with that party, and they know how crazy they sound. They know it. They have to know it, and they still say it publicly.
I don't think they believe that they're crazy, and I don't think they're necessarily crazy. I mean, it's a bad idea. I'll grant you that. I don't think they're crazy though. Have you seen the rest? Abolishing the Senate is a great idea. Do you know why? It's a good idea.
I'm listening.
So it turns out that we already have a Congress, and the Senate, what it does is that it gives you 2 senators per state. And so you'll have very populous cities or states.
Okay, I get
such as
so
Florida, California,
Vermont,
or New York.
So Vermont should not have, Vermont should have the same numbers of Texas. I'm okay.
Yeah, and so it's like right now, like you'll have places like Utah where it's like there's very few people living in Utah.
Right, there's barely a million people in Montana.
Yeah, and it's like, why do they have the same voting power as New York? Like, it doesn't really make any sense, right? That's why you'll have people like old ass fuckers like Mitch McConnell. Like, how does he keep getting voted in? Well, because Kentucky's insane. These people are actual brain-rotted farmers that don't know anything. Like, that's it. That's why. That's why they keep voting the same dude.
You just condemn the whole state.
Okay, I'm not against Kentucky. I just think that it's like, come on, dude.
I can tell
they keep voting the guy in. Can we just argue that like voting that guy in is ridiculous? Why is he still? Why is he still?
Well,
there?
I mean, but here's the thing. All you had to do was put.
He's like a billion.
Age limits or term and
he's
term
like a
limits.
billion
Either
years
one.
old. This guy's been running since like the
limits
80s.
Or age limits, term limits would have eliminated him. Either on both and either or would have gotten rid of.
I've heard that there's still people in Kentucky that still want to vote Mitch McConnell in, the literal unironic corpse. Like, bruh, what are we doing? Is there literally nobody better, Kentucky? That's your guy?
I don't listen. Here's the thing with his sister. Oh no, that's Graham. Lindsey Graham's sister been in politics for 3 weeks, and she made it to a runoff.
What?
Yeah, Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
He died. They replaced him with her sister, and she made it to the runoff in the GOP primary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But we do know sociopaths exist. I see somebody say that, and they're right. So everybody knows people are evil. There are evil people in this world. They always have been. They always will be. We have to have consequences in place for them.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to abolish prisons necessarily. I think that there are legitimate people that cannot be rehabilitated. So
necessarily, caveat. So what is it in?
I don't want to abolish federal prisons, but I just think that we need to operate on a rehabilitative approach instead of like a, just punitive approach, Right. Though I will concede that there are probably people out there that cannot be rehabilitated. They just need to be in a box. That's fair.
Okay. So which is it? We're going to have to keep
both of
prisons
those are
as-
true at the same time. Those are both
So
true.
we're going to have to have prisons as punitive.
What?
We have to continue to make prisons
Well, it's not,
punitive, right?
it's like it's out of utility, not a punitive, right? It's like
No,
you
it has
have
to
to
be
do it.
punitive.
It's like you have to do it because if you didn't do it, then it would risk the safety of people.
Right. It has to be consequences involved. It has to be punishment
Well, I mean,
for
it's
your
just
actions.
I just would put certain people in a box where it's like they're just not good to be around like regular people, right? Like their existence is dangerous around other people.
So
you know,
prison.
and no amount of rehabilitation fixes them.
prison
Right? They're
then.
just yes, I'm not against prisons.
Okay, but you kind of put an asterisk behind what you said.
No, I didn't. Oh my God, how much do you want me
You
to concede?
said,
Holy
for the
shit!
most part.
All right, you
You
got
said-
anything else
you
from me,
said-
man? Because holy crap, I feel like I've given you everything and then some, and you're still digging.
Mm.
I don't
So
know
you
what more
want
you
the
want
DS
out of me.
So you want the DSA to kind of
Yeah, I would absolutely vote the DSA over any Republican. It's not even, dude, I would vote a dead dog over a Republican. It's not even close. It's not even close. Dude, dead dog 2028, bro. Dead dog 2028.
Have a good one, man.
See ya. Fuck dead dog. Fucking dead dog, bro.
I mean, I'm looking at the platform, and it says like ending mass incarceration. Well, I'm sorry, but the United States has like a huge problem with like mass incarceration.
It does,
Abolishing
it does.
mandatory minimums and cash bail. Duh. Because you know, like cash bail just means if you're rich enough, you don't need to go to jail.
Yeah.
If you're poor, you go to
You
jail.
want me to live in
right?
another prison system, another prison system, another prison system. You know that song?
It says demilitarize police departments. Well, what do you think, Amanda? Do you think police departments should have tanks? I don't
Stop
think they
it.
should have tanks and all the freaking military gear they have right now.
This game's brutal.
Treat drug addiction as a health issue rather than a criminal one. Holy moly! Imagine treating people, by the science, and just treating drug addiction like a health problem.
Can I just
Damn.
tell you, Daniel, I managed to fight this boss in this game, and I beat that boss. I was so happy. I was like,
I saw it.
it was so cool. I was like, oh
But
my
now
God,
you're
this game's
stuck?
cool now. Now this game's not cool right now, because
Yeah, you're a bit stuck now.
This is brutal, bro. This game's brutal. Fuck.
I mean, you keep wanting to go there and take that thing.
I know what to do. Damn it. Come on. Come on. Fuck. Fuck you, dick. You could kill it ahead of time. You could kill it ahead of time. Ah! All right. It's fine. We got this. We know what we're doing.
Allegedly.
Fuck you.
Okay.
Okay, so he only dies
There you
by... Ooh, chest. Man.
You've done did it.
Man.
You've done did it.
I do like that. Damn it. That thing's gonna pop out a fucking thing. God damn it, bro. This game
not an
sucks.
easy game. Not an easy game. Oh my god. It's because of you. You're using the wrong emulator.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender, what's up? My name's John. I saw your recent debate with, what's his name? Dragonfist, I think?
Dragonfist, yeah.
Yeah, you were doing the slavery and the Bible promoting slavery.
Yep. I sure did. I sure did do that.
I watched through almost the entirety of it. I didn't get through like the Q&A part.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I saw a couple places where I think both of y'all were getting hung up on. Do you mind if I just try to walk through that with you?
Sure.
Okay. Number one, I think Dragonfist's biggest claim was that, or not his claim, his counter was that the is statement is not an ought statement, right? So you bringing up the Leviticus verses, although it says you may do this, his defense was that it doesn't mean you ought do this. Is that right?
Yeah, I understand. Yep.
Okay. But you were saying that promoting slavery was still applied there because it would have proliferated it. So he was saying it's not promoting because it's not an ought, but you were saying it is promoting because it would increase it.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I can understand that argument. What I would say then, he brought this up, but I don't think he dug enough into it. But like the government saying, you may buy cigarettes, it is legal. However, we're going to have this entire marketing propaganda campaign to discourage you from doing that.
Yeah.
In that case, would you still say then that the government is promoting smoking cigarettes?
No, I don't. I think it would be heavily discouraging, but then realizing that cigarettes companies have a right to sell their product that is unhealthy.
But is the government promoting it now?
No, I don't think so. No, they're discouraging.
Right, they're actively discouraging it. So I think that was what his point was. He was saying, yeah, it is permissible, but within these guidelines.
Do you think that the Bible promotes slavery or no?
Sorry?
Do you think the Bible promotes slavery?
No, I don't, and that would bring me to my second reason why. If you just let's ignore this whole Leviticus thing real quick. We can come back to it, but if we ignore it, it's like saying the Constitution promotes prohibition, and you say why? Well, because in this amendment, see here, it says that you're no longer allowed to drink alcohol, and it's like right, but later it says that it was abrogated. So
yeah.
Yeah,
did you happen to read The South Vindicated from Treason and Fanaticism of the Northern Abolitionists by William Drayton? I brought this up in my intro, but I didn't have the time to go over it.
Yeah, I saw that. I haven't read through it, so I was actually interested in hearing what that was about.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty damning, right? Because it's a literal slaver that's using God as an argument to why slavery should be allowed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just read you a little bit of this. Here, check this out, right? I mean, there's lots and lots of chapters and verses. I don't need just one, verse. To me, that verse was just so obvious that anybody could come to that conclusion. But he was so, I feel like people are so stuck in their ideology that they cannot acknowledge reality when it's in front of them.
Well, sure.
So it says here, this is in chapter 9. This is from The South Vindicated from the Treason and Fanaticism of the Northern Abolitionists by William Drayton. This was written in 1836. Slavery considered in continuation, sanctioned by the Old and New Testament, and according with the precepts of the spirit of Christianity. Immediately after the deluge, Noah, an inspired prophet, pronounced the following curse upon the posterity of Ham, from whom the African race is supposed to have sprung. Cursed be Canaan, and servant of servants shall be to his brethren. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he will dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. This is Genesis 9, 25, 26, 27. Thus, when there was but only one family on the face of the earth, a portion of the family was doomed to be slaves to the others. And the covenant made by God with Abraham, the patriarch, is directed to ratify with the ceremonial of circumcision. Among those included the covenant were slaves. He that is born in thy house and that has brought with thy money must needs be circumcised. Genesis 7 to 13 in the 27th verse of the same chapter. This is a slaver that's talking, right? This is a guy
Right.
that owned slaves. And this, by the way, this was a prominent Christian. This wasn't like some fringe guy. This was like a lot of the people in the South
he was
would look at
Jewish.
this
He was
guy,
Jewish.
Drayton William.
No, not Drayton William. Noah. I thought you were talking about Noah still. You're talking about Drayton.
I'm talking about Drayton,
the guy that wrote the
Drayton
book.
William.
Sorry. Okay.
He was here, I'll pull it up. He was an American politician, a banker, and a writer who grew up in Charleston, South Carolina. And he
I'm sorry.
yeah.
How do I spell his name? Is it
William
D-R-A-Y?
Drayton, William
Right.
Drayton, Drayton. And you can actually go to archive.org to see William Drayton's work. You could see it.
So if I were to say that doesn't, it's a good point. I'd really love to look into it, and I will, but it doesn't address the idea of, hey, you're still looking like you got three things going on here. One, you're looking at a Levitical verse, and I'm saying it's just like you're saying the Bible promotes
It's
slavery
there in the
because
New
of
Testament
Leviticus.
as well. And Drayton does make further argument into it, right?
Hold on though. Yeah, let me get through this. So, but in the New Testament, it abrogates it, just like with prohibition in the Constitution. Yes, I can, with your reasoning, I could claim the Constitution does promote prohibition, as long as I ignore the rest, right? Secondly, then, if we move on, and your claim now is, hey, this super duper Christian guy is claiming that the Bible is read this way. Well, the Mormons also claim a certain thing, and the Muslims also claim a certain thing, and it's all based on their readings of the Bible. This is just a whataboutism.
You're just saying, hey, what about these other people? These other things?
No, it's not a whataboutism.
Right.
It's
like,
saying that
the point is that I'm giving you. Listen, I'm giving you a direct.
Appeal to their character.
Hold on, I'm giving you I'm giving you a direct account where, historically speaking, it's not just William Drayton, that Christianity defended slavery for over 1,000 years. That's why it continued to exist even after Christ's teachings and death. I get
can
that
we
Christians.
amend that statement
I
instead of saying
hold
that?
on. I understand that Christians have ad hoc reasoned the abolition of slavery, and I agree with you. It was Christianity that helped abolish slavery. That does not refute the fact that the Bible does condone and promote slavery. It does.
But it doesn't, because the very first thing that we're talking about is there is no ought statement.
I don't know how you can look at I don't know. No. We're going to stop right there. That is not. That is not. No. So the is-ought gap is a philosophical inquiry. It doesn't have to do with colloquial speech or colloquial message. When you suggest heavily that somebody could do a thing, then people end up doing that thing. I do not need to be philosophizing on whether or not that makes sense. Now, you're either going to be in good faith and you're going to be able to admit that the Bible does say very clearly what the passages clearly say, and that was defended for over 1,600 years, or you're going to be in denial of reality. I don't know what else to tell you.
So let's use an exact analogy of this. We're using Leviticus that says you may purchase slaves, right? And then in the New Testament, you have Jesus saying, Moses said that you may get divorced. According to your logic, that is Jesus saying you ought to get divorced. You must get divorced. Go do this thing. You should get divorced. Go get divorced. Everybody, go get divorced. I am promoting divorce.
Do you understand when they place a restriction on something? I can understand that they're removing that it's not a suggestion at that point. I get that. The problem is that when you're talking about the is-ought gap, it is actually not addressing what I'm saying at all. It is an attempt of an obfuscation of what is plainly obvious for anyone to read. I just picked a single verse. There are dozens and dozens of verses that are painstakingly sought after, which has been eradicated by the Christian church. The Christians do not like to show these kinds of verses. You're not going to go to church and they're going to say something like that. What they're going to do is they're going to show you Jesus's flowery language and say, well, actually, the Bible was actually against slavery all along, because it's a really bad look. I get it. It is. But the reality is that it was defended for 1,600 years, even after Christ's teachings. And the fact that I can bring up modern slavers and people that were slaves accounts of the Bible, and they were able, so educated and having read their Bible dozens or hundreds of times, that they come to the conclusion that slavery is perfectly acceptable because that is what is said in the Bible, then yeah, that makes sense, right? I suppose you could just ignore all of this and say it's just bullshit and I'm wrong and I don't know, God good and Jesus good. I don't know what to tell you. Like, the Bible is imperfect, just like the Quran, just like the Bhagavad Gita. They're all garbage. They suck. They end up having bad morals. I'm sorry. I understand that pisses a lot of people off, but that's the reality.
Okay, so what I think is happening is you're saying you're reading a verse very clearly that everyone can take that same meaning of it.
Not a single verse. There's dozens and dozens of verses, both in New and Old
But you
Testament.
said what I did was pull a single verse that everyone can obviously understand.
Yeah.
And know what it means.
Yeah.
All the rest of us understand it a different way
No.
than you. And
You do understand it. You do understand it correctly, but I believe that there is a deliberate effort to ad hoc reason and philosophize what can obviously be read by anyone as a clear advocation of slavery.
Right. So
it's a clear advocation, is it not? From the foreigners, you may buy slaves? Really?
Right. So then this goes into what Dragonfist was arguing, where he goes into the actual period and how things were going at that time. At that time, if you were a slave of any other nation, you would have begged to rather be a slave of the Jewish nation at that time, because they actually had laws that treated the slaves well. Let
me see if you're consistent here.
So
can I tell
it
kids
would've
that
been
you
better.
may be trans? Can I do that? Do you think that schools should be able to say to kids that you may be trans? I'm just curious.
Can we use a different example?
No,
Because that one doesn't make sense
I
to me.
want to know, right? Because obviously I'm not, you can't derive an is from an ought, right?
Well, because that means it would be a choice. So I think we'd have to use a different one. We'd have to use a different example.
Well, I mean, I thought you right-wingers think that. Do you right-wingers think that it's inherent now? Did I get enough people where they realize that it's an actual thing that's not to be hated?
No. Having gender dysphoria is not a choice. That's something that's
I agree. I know.
That's
I'm aware.
different.
Okay, I'm aware.
Yeah, so that's not a choice.
Okay, well, I think you're missing my point. I don't know if you're doing that on purpose.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, choose a different
Are you doing that on
example. Like, if
purpose?
teachers could. No, I'm not. Choose a different example for teachers that telling kids at school.
All right. So if I said if I told kids, how about this? If I told kids you may play with knives, what do you think? You think should I say that to kids? To a bunch of kids in kindergarten? Do you think I should say you may play with knives?
We can't use
Do you
children.
think that could result? What about people? Right?
Use
you
adults,
may
dude.
you
Use
may
adults, because
shoot
if you
people
use,
with guns.
You can't use children as
No,
an
let's do
example
adults
because
then. You
they
may
can't
shoot
even
people with
consent.
guns. You may shoot people with guns. There you go.
Okay,
Listen,
yeah,
I'm
okay, so
not
as adults,
deriving
yeah.
an is from an ought. I'm just saying that you may.
No, we have that rule right now today. You may shoot people with guns. Yeah,
Dude, you're out
There's
of your
just
mind.
some regulation
Obviously,
going
that's
on.
suggesting that you can shoot people with guns. Like that
Yeah,
would
yeah, no,
that would
you may.
increase
You
death,
may shoot
right?
people with guns.
It propagates the death, right? It promotes.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Then I guess I'm wrong about the is-ought gap, and you are
Hold on,
right.
time out.
And I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. What a clown.
Time out.
Absolutely ridiculous. John,
so much.
John, I understand what the is-ought gap is. This is not relevant to the is-ought gap. Do you understand that?
Okay. Yes, but the argument you just
We're
made
talking
was
about
that
talking about colloquial speech. We're not talking about a strict philosophizing that has to operate in a very, very clear distinction, and we're operating at Hume's principles. This is not the same thing.
Hold on. you're speaking about some things that like I know a little bit about Hume's principle, but I'm not that researched. So like you're speaking a bit beyond me there. But if we go back to the,
right,
the
so,
previous
so
argument
when you
were
said
making,
when the guy makes the argument,
please let me.
If he makes
let me
the,
finish
no, I
this.
want to stay stuck on the argument because if the
I'm
guy
I'm trying to get back
says
to the argument
if
you
the
just
guy
made, I
says
want to address that.
okay, but here's the thing. His entire argument is that he cannot derive an is from an ought. But people derive ises from oughts in colloquial speech all the time. Okay? So we're not talking about a strict philosophical basis, because that's what he's referring to, the very, very strict philosophical basis, not general colloquial speech, where if you tell people you may swim in the pool without knowing how to swim, it would obviously be suggesting hurting people, right? Just as if I said something along the lines of you may off yourself, wouldn't that get you in trouble in YouTube if I said you may KY? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay,
so
again,
let me follow your argument.
So
then,
I don't
and
like
let
the
me-
idea
let
of
me
the
draw this out
deriving
real
the is
quick.
from an ought. Okay, that's not an argument.
Okay, let me draw.
It doesn't address
let me draw
at
this out.
all what that statement says.
Okay, so let me draw this out real quick.
Okay.
Right. If that Leviticus verse is saying you may
I don't even
buy
think it's
slaves,
Leviticus. I think it's
and
Exodus. Wasn't it Exodus?
I believe that
Exodus. It
specific
wasn't
one was Leviticus, because
Was it?
you guys went back and forth between Exodus and Leviticus, and I think Leviticus was the one that you were kind of sticking him on.
Hold on. Foreigner, you may buy slaves from foreigners. And then I love that one, what was that one Deuteronomy verse that they would bring up? They brought up Deuteronomy a
care.
couple of times, arguing the fucking, what was it? They were saying that if you kidnap somebody into slavery, that you're to be put to death. That doesn't actually remove slavery at all. But it says here, it says specifically, hold on, where the fuck is it? It says, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property. You can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. This clearly promotes slavery, very clearly, for pretty much anybody who's even remotely logical about it. It does. It really does.
I don't think it promotes. It's just saying you may do this, but I'm not telling you to do this.
What does it suggest? What is it telling you? What does that mean if it's not a promotion of slavery?
It's regulating and saying do not enslave your own, but let's
your
just
fellow
extrapolate
Israelites.
this forward.
You can enslave your fellow Israelites, by the way. It just has to be for 7 years.
Let's extrapolate this forward. That only applies then to the Israelites. Now we're Christian and we're Gentiles. Why would any of us read that and be like, "Oh, God's talking to us, not the Israelites"?
All right, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Okay, here's the thing.
Because
when you say stop talking, stop for a second. Please stop.
No, you've been
stop.
talking for so
stop.
long.
Stop.
At least let me get
Please,
a point out.
John.
Let me finish.
John.
Let me
John.
finish an entire actual
All right,
logical
hold
argument.
on. I have to mute you because obviously we can't have a conversation without fucking you losing your mind. John,
I won't
you
know
can
if
ad hoc reason all sorts of things that you like. You can ad hoc reason as much as you want. But even in the New Testament, it literally says, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, just as you would obey in Christ. That's both in Paul and Colossians on repeat. Even if you ad hoc reasoned, well, actually, because everybody is equal before God, this is not a relevant verse. But because the Old Testament exists in the Bible, it is there in the Bible. The question is whether or not that the Bible promotes slavery. So even if I have one verse and then 99 verses that contradict it, if one verse promotes it, then that's all I need, because the Bible says a lot of things, and a lot of things like contradictory things. So you saying, well, we're Gentiles now, we don't follow the Old Testament. Shut the fuck up. You still listen to Psalms. They still play Psalms. The Old Testament still exists in the modern Bible for Christians. So no, the question is, the Bible, does it promote slavery? And judging by the verse here, It's as plain as day. And no, you cannot argue an is from an ought fallacy here. So let's try again. Go ahead. What do you have as your response to that?
Okay, thank you. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
You can hear me? Okay. So by your logic, then the 21st Amendment still applies because it's written in the Constitution, and or the
I'm
18th
sorry. Are we
Amendment
talking
still
about the
applies, and therefore-
Constitution or are we talking about the Bible?
No, I'm using your logic.
Are we
By your
talking about the
logic, 'cause-
Constitution
'cause
or are
what
we
you-
talking about
what
the
you
Bible?
said was,
Man, I
yeah, you
love
have to
that
take the
pivot.
Bible in
Holy
full
crap.
context.
Why don't we talk about the
Instead-
Bible and what the
No,
Bible
okay,
says?
so
Let's
the-
look
so
at
the
this
Constitution
specific
you don't
verse,
take in
my
full
dude.
context,
Let's
right?
look at the
So,
specific
no, I'm
verse,
saying
my dude.
You have to
Let's
take
look at the
entire
specific
thing in
verse, my
context.
dude. Let's
You
look at
have
the
to take the
specific
entire thing in
verse, my
context.
dude.
Use
Jesus
full
Christ.
context.
His brain is
So
rotted.
if I use
He still
specific-
thinks that
if
the
I use
Bible is
specifically the
it
18th
doesn't condone
Amendment-
slavery. It clearly
If I
does.
use specifically the 18th Amendment, like you want to use specifically one verse, I'm using specifically the 18th Amendment.
What is your point?
So what?
I
so
don't
I'm
care
saying
about what
according to
the
your
18th
logic-
Amendment says. We're
according
asking
to-
what
I'm saying your logic
what
is
does the
flawed.
Bible we're
Your
asking what
logic
does the
is
Bible
flawed.
say?
Your logic is flawed. It doesn't
We're
work then if I
asking
can't
what
apply
does
it
the
everywhere.
Bible promote? What does it say? And I can
Yes,
prove
the Bible
that
as
the
a whole.
Bible
What does the Bible as a whole
promotes
say?
slavery.
The Bible does
I
not.
can show that. And
Bi-
the
the
entire
Bible does
thing
not.
does say that as
Okay,
well.
then I can-
And considering
I'm
that
using
it
your same
took
logic. I'm using your same
1,600
logic.
years
The
to
con-
correct,
the Constitution
it's obvious
then
that
now
it
says
does.
We cannot drink alcohol.
Good God,
the
dude.
The whole
I don't know what else to
Constitution
tell
as a
you,
whole
dude.
says we cannot.
I don't know what else
I'm
to
using
tell
your
you.
logic,
Your brain
man.
is rotted.
I'm using
John,
your
your brain is
exact
rotted.
logic.
I feel sorry for
I'm
you.
using your exact logic.
Do you have anything else for
Your
me,
exact
John? Because
logic.
holy shit, dude, your brain is gone, man. I led you to water, but I can't make a horse drink.
I don't have anything else, but I would like to, be able to call in again in the future if you're cool with that.
Sounds good, John. You have a great day.
All right, yeah, thanks for having me.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Good God. Fucking brain rot, dude. Oh, I'm running late, but this is kind of fun. I'm actually enjoying it. If you guys aren't hitting like, hit like. Hit like on that video if you guys have not, if you guys are enjoying this. I'm actually making some headway in this. I've never gotten this far in, oh shit, where am I? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't like that. This is a fish. This is fish. Why am I so oh, I can move backward. Okay. Okay. I can move back and forth. That's kind of cool. Oh boy. Well, yeah, no. Yeah, Bobro's saying the Bible on the whole still promotes slavery. It absolutely does. That's very true. That's why it took so long for it to be ad hoc reasoned out. Thankfully, they did reach to a proper conclusion, since they were like, it was an actual humanitarian disaster. But yeah, how about that? God damn it. I'm stupid. I swear, you hear one of these arguments, you hear them all, bro. These Christian people, man, they have a favorite book, man, and they must protect that book at all costs. I mean, again, it's just weird that, like, these arguments only started, like, falling out of popularity. I think it was like 1920, bro. Like, it is insane, like, the level of apologetics that existed in favor of slavery, because there's shit tons of verses in the Bible that argue for slavery. So it's like, what do? You know, a modern Christian is going to look at this. They're going to want to distance themselves as much as possible. Yeah, I'd agree. You know, I think if I, you know, if like being trans was associated with slavery, yeah, I'd want to distance myself from it too. Here's the thing though, right? If you want an out, like if you're a Christian and you want an out from all this slavery nonsense, then just simply go, yeah, so people of the past, they argued slavery, and yeah, the Bible says it, but you know what? You know, slavery is wrong, and we're going to go that route, right? It's simple. That is a simple position to hold. Looks like I got a game over here. I only have 1 credit remaining. How far am I? We're like, so this is like, wow, dude, there's so much. This is such a hard game. But It's so cool. It's kind of cool. I mean, look where I'm at. I'm like in some fucking water ass. It's kind of cool. Like it. Ow, I keep dying. All right, guys. I gotta start wrapping up. I mean, actually mentioned at the start of the stream lately, YouTube has been pushing a lot of Mormon Bible ads. Actually, really? That's strange. A Mormon Bible ad? Odd. Mormons are crazy. Religious people are crazy. Kind of crazy how there are still people that take the Bible seriously. There's a lot. Like, people say that their only form of truth is the Bible. And I'm like, bruh, holy crap, dude. The Bible literally says that the earth is like 4 quadrants and it's held up by 4 pillars and that it's like a dome. In fact, there's a lot of flat earthers that are just hardcore Bible believers. And that's sad. Anyway, everybody, that's going to do it for my stream today. If you guys liked it, hit like. If you guys want to have further discussions, hit subscribe. If you haven't, you can join my Discord. I hang out in there all the freaking time. Just make sure you're respectful. If you're not respectful, I'll ban you, bro. You got to be cool. All right. But other than that, yeah, it's a vibe. Anyway, you guys have a great rest of your night. Wow. Have a good night.